and then Pot crashed the fuck out on stream. Welcome in everyone. Brother, do I have some fucking stories. Why is like the time before stream always so fucking chaotic? It's kind of crazy. But welcome back. For people who don't know, my name is Pogliacciii, but you can call me Pog or Pogly, and I am your Pog Internet's Nick Homunculus. A lot of words, yes, but they all describe me. But so let me give you a little bit of a rundown of what happened. So I woke up yesterday. People in my Discord would think that something was up because I literally saw the message like, bro, where's Pog? They're usually like here interacting with us in the Discord. They're either busy or they're like working. But what happened was I was kind of busy, but I wasn't. I was sleeping. I kind of came home and then immediately took a nap, and then that nap turned into like a full-on just 8 hours. So congratulations, I got 8 hours of sleep for the first time in a very long time. And then I woke up at like 3 in the morning. So what I did was I just scrolled, read the Discord messages, played a little bit of Identity V, and then as the day kind of went on and it was getting closer and closer to the time that it was for me to stream, that sentence was a little fucky wucky, but we vibe. I realized, holy shit, I can't. So it was either just like today's stream was just not going to happen, or it was going to be delayed. If it was delayed, I wouldn't really know by how long, and if it was delayed too much, it just wouldn't happen. But luckily, my sister got the fuck out of the house and I was able to stream. So now we're here. And then literally, as I was starting stream, my OBS decided to go fucky wucky. It was like, actually, we're not going to respond to anything you want us to do. And I was like, well, why the fuck would you do that to me? So I was kind of panicking before stream started because stream was supposed to start, but OBS wanted to be a bitch and not respond to anything I was trying to put in. So I had to close and open OBS like 5 times, and I was panicking because if I had to fucking shut down my entire laptop to get OBS to work, bro, I would have to open my 50 tabs again for stream. And at that point, bro, I'm just gonna start streaming tears. Cause that's a lot of fucking work. But I dealt with it. I managed it somehow, and now we're here. And the stream got delayed before because I don't know how to schedule things for I don't know how to schedule things apparently. So stream ended up having to be delayed for about like how long has it been, like a week or two since my last stream. But now we're finally here, we're back, and we have to read my fucking old stories and fanfics, which, bro, I went through them because I had to like try to track down that shit, and I was like reading through it in case like there were things I had to censor, and brother, the amount of secondhand embarrassment I got reading my shit, bro. I thought this was gonna be like a very fun stream. I was like, chat's gonna enjoy this, I'm gonna enjoy this is gonna be a good and fun time. The moment I read my shit, I started regretting my decision. I was like, this is not gonna be a fun stream. I'm not going to enjoy this. I think I unintentionally just like tortured myself. But yeah, that's kind of what happened, and that's how things are gonna be going. Yeah, so my fanfics. I guess there's a little bit of a disclaimer I must do ahead of time, I guess. My first disclaimer would probably be most of these quote unquote fanfics aren't actually fanfics. I do have like a shit ton that I wrote in the past. You know, I think this is better when I go on to the other screen. Hold on. There we go. This is a little better. This fits my kind of like warning a little. I feel like this also needs to be off. There we go. But yes, so first off, most of the stories you will be seeing are not actually fanfics. Most of them are actually original stories that I've written. That is because I used to use this app. Um, that was very specifically for writing fan fiction. Like it kind of centered around itself as being, you know, like the app, like the mobile app for like writing fan fiction and stuff. And that was where all of my fanfics were. However, let's just say it was popping off and then it kind of started going towards this like decline as people stopped using it primarily for fanfics. People were starting to migrate back. Well, I wouldn't say back. Some of them were kind of already there, some of them weren't. Um, but a lot of the like actual writers were starting to migrate over to Wattpad, and I had heard some interesting things about Wattpad stories and just how things are over there. So I was very hesitant to go over there and also transfer my works over there. So a lot of my actual fanfics are there, except that app has been discontinued. So a lot of my actual fanfics no longer exist essentially. Thank God. But but a lot of my original stories that I wrote either on Word docs or on Google Docs are still here and still exist. So I compiled all of those, and yeah, there's 18 original stories if I remember correctly. And including like these little like title page things, because I did this all in Google Docs, and when I made like separated each fig and I turned it into a PDF and it decided to like it decided to do shit like this. So there's kind of more pages than necessary, but the gist of there's roughly around 100 and like there's 100 and something pages of this. I've in total have written over 100 pages of bullshit, and now we're going to read over 100 pages of bullshit. So put on buckle your seatbelts, guys. Get ready, cause it's time to fucking embarrass myself. uh, okay. Now that my introduction is over, I've kind of gave you all your little warning. But did I? Oh no, I think I got lazy. Oh shit. Oh don't. Oh, actually, it's Little Pog. Little Pog was thinking of this situation before it even existed. You guys don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I very much do. So, I- I'm cringing from the titles already. This is terrible. The titles alone are making me just so fucking embarrassed. The first thing we will be reading is my original story called Unmoral. Yay! What I remember about this fic, because this was actually one of the few I didn't really read over. Literally, the moment I saw the first the title, I was like, oh yeah, I remember writing this. But This story, if I remember correctly, I was kind of doing something kind of similar to like Has Been Hotel or like any other story that's like that uses like the angel and demons type thing where you're mostly exploring the world of like demons and angels and like their relationships and then like the mortal plane and shit. Probably I think I would say this was written during one of my edgier phases, if I remember correctly. That's how I'm remembering it. I'm remembering this as being a product of one of my edgier phases in life as a child. Um, I also did make cover a cover for it. I didn't like actually drew it. I just it was more of like a collage. Um, However, you guys will not be seeing that because I'm gonna not do that so you guys can read ahead. Um, but you guys won't be seeing it because I decided that reading this was enough and I didn't need to get flamed for my editing skills on top of it. Also, I need to fix this so I can like read chat better. Okay, that should work. Okay, so. Ugh, okay. I was say I can't fucking do this, chat. I'm already. I'm. Brother. I need to get my shit together. I need to get my shit together. Okay. Okay. I was sitting on top of a corpse freshly killed. By me. Most of its skin was peeled and it possessed a large gaping hole in its side where organs and bodily fluids spilled out. Also, not beta read, we die like men, guys. I did not beta read this shit. I only read like the more important ones that may or may not get me banned or like in trouble. Those were the only ones I read. I pulled out one of their eyes and admired it. The iris was a beautiful red and violet, the colors barely shining through. It was so rare. It was so rare to come across such pretty eyes here. I took the other and placed them in a small bag. I don't know how you got here, but I'm so happy I found you. I chuckled at the lifeless body as I sat up. I wrapped the pouch around the belt I wore, sporting a little bag full of little things I like to steal off corpses. Like I said, this was written during a very edgy phase in my life. I saw a gleam of light from the bottom of my eye. It was coming from the body. I looked down at it and followed the fiery red light that reflected the massive flames burning around us. Well, would you look at that? I picked up its arm and found a watch, plain black and white with Roman numerals. It was 5 minutes until 3. I began to get anxious. I removed the watch from the body and put it on my wrist. This was going to be fun. I could feel it. I could finally escape from this torturous inferno to the actual mortal world, away from this sad copy of it, overrun with fire and destruction, to the one filled with living things ready to be devoured and killed. Like I said, very Has Been Hotel-ish, I guess I'll say, in terms of like the idea of like what these places are like. Except more poorly written. This is all of what hell is. Yes, hell is censored. Tiny Poggy did not curse. I know Poggy right now curses a lot. Little Poggy did not curse at all. They self-censored themselves. He was like, nope, no curse words are coming out of me. I was kind of a good kid, I'm not gonna lie. I actively was like a good kid. I didn't get in trouble. I didn't curse. I didn't get people pregnant before 18. I mean, it's after 18. I still didn't get anyone pregnant, but you know, achievements were made. I was a good kid. Um, so yeah. Like I said, little Poggy knew what they were doing. They they self-censored themselves because they were smart. Anyway, this is all of what hell. Fuck it, I already read that sentence. Heaven was different though, from what I know. It's the mortal world, but better. I don't know how, but it is heaven after all. Now where in now where in hell is Dai? I need to go. Just as I said that, a little demon, about half my size, appeared by my side. He had pale skin, like that of a human, but deformed to the point of monstrosity. We all were. Sorry for being late, I was distracted. I looked down at the scrawny, weak demon. He was weak beyond belief. Even at the hour of 3, he couldn't transverse into the mortal world without help. Even subordinates like him would view him as a disgrace. I don't have time for your excuses. Just remember, I'm the reason why you've even seen the mortal realm. I walked over to a window and saw an empty street. Few humans came into view. It was a good start. I couldn't focus on them. Dunixie. That is a new name. Um, who is that? Actually, who is that? Little Pog? Who did you just introduce into the scene? Dunixie, I've noticed that you've been eyeing a familiar of sorts. If you kill it, the superiors will punish you. Yes, and how was yours? I heard you went on a pitiful killing spree and killed. Okay. I'm sure he dealt with you nicely. Dai stuttered into a ball at the mere mention of him. I was very edgy, guys. Please forgive me. I'm no longer allowed into the mortal realm, said Dai, looking down in disappointment. I chuckled at him. I guess there's no reason to wait. I launched myself into the window and found myself on a street identical to mine, but now with humans traveling upon it. I hate my life. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this to myself? The air was murky and the ground was covered in puddles, as an aftermath of it raining earlier that day. I looked up. A few angels had made their way down, most likely to protect the humans from us. Thin and long spider-like legs grew from my back, and I crawled into the first building I saw. I entered a bedroom, it appeared to be, belonging to a child of sorts. I stared at it as it slept in its peaceful state. I yearned to disrupt it. A gleam of light had appeared in front of my eyes. I lifted my head to see an angel, looking at me in disgust. Oh fuck, actually, do I want to go on with this story? I'm remembering a scene that I wrote. I don't know if I want to go on with this story. I think I am going to delay this story for later reading. I think we're going to skip over this. Why did I write so much? I'm sorry, guys. The cringe was too powerful. I had to skip the rest of it. I suddenly remembered something and I just couldn't keep going. We will get back to it later, I promise. Just not now. This one is titled Halloween question mark because well, this was just how little me titled it. And I think I wrote it during Halloween, I think. But also, it has like some pretty clear Halloween, I think, inspirations. It feels very in season for Halloween, I guess. Delilah and her roommate Carmen had just moved into their new apartment. Delilah was more than excited to move in. There was a rumor that there was a murder in their apartment. A guy killed himself after killing his girlfriend out of paranoia that she was plotting on killing him. This was such a big news at the time because the apartment was next to what used to be a recording studio. Her scream somehow made it onto the recording and it was released. Wait, no, I remember that. That was an actual story, wasn't it? I think I wrote this based off of like that actual thing that happened. Wait, no, yeah. No, yeah, that was an actual thing. I remember like my music teacher at some point or someone showing me and like it was actually there. I think this is yeah, I think I wrote this based off of that. As the two girls unpacked, the day went on and the two became hungry. I'm hungry, Delilah complained to Carmen. Very, I hate that. I say that they're hungry and then I make them say again that they're hungry. Very repetitive in writing. Okay, okay, Pog. I see. You were kind of struggling back then. Your writing's fucking terrible. I'll get some food, I'm hungry too. Really? Delilah exclaimed. Yeah, I'll get some pizza. Delilah smiled at Carmen's kindness, happy she didn't have to pay. Carmen walked out, and Delilah took a break from packing. She sighed and walked to her room to relax. About 10 minutes, she heard shuffling outside the door. That's hella fast time to get pizza, bro. Her heart jumped at the sound. She stood up and slowly creeped out her room, her paranoia getting the best of her. She looked around and saw nothing. Carmen, she softly called out in slight fear. She got the courage to leave her room, treading the empty hallway. The wooden floors creaked under her feet with each step as she tried to be as logical as she could about the situation. She heard a faint voice coming from the kitchen, and her curiosity drove her to that direction. She shyly peeked around the corner, and she spotted Carmen whispering to herself. She was disheveled, and her hair was a mess. That's a hell of 10 minutes is hell of a quick time to get pizza and to become a mess, bro. The hell happened? Sorry, I'm unintentionally giving like commentary about this. Uh, half of it somehow finding itself on the floor rather than her head. Didn't even finish the sentence. Fuck. Right in the middle of her head, the thing that was most out of place was the knife stuck right out of it. Carmen's body was hunched over, her spine sticking out and looking like it was going to tear through her. Delilah gasped at the sight in both fear and disgust. Carmen turned and faced her, a smile forming crookedly on her face. Delilah, she spoke hoarsely, reminding her of an old witch's voice you'd hear on Halloween. Okay, I see where the title came from now. Delilah, why? They said you were planning on killing me. Why? The Carmen screeched as she lunged at Delilah. She screamed as Carmen pulled her hair and banged it against the white tiled floor. I'm guessing that's what that was supposed to be. Carmen's face was fierce, yet hauntingly blank, as if she felt neither excited nor sad about what she was doing. But she was doing it with all her strength and determination. That didn't last, however, as she began to cackle. I just lost where I was. Thank God we're almost done. Wrong thing. That didn't last long, however, as she began to cackle. She dislodged the knife from her head crudely, opening it up for blood to spew out as she began stabbing her roommate in the chest. She was truly having a ball. That line sounds so cringy, I hate myself. She stared at her hands, which were covered in blood. Good job. A faint male voice spoke. Her ears bled from the words and she collapsed. We finished, guys. We finished. We successfully read through one story. Fuck. I have like 16 more of these to go and they are not this short. Next one, slash. With slash in the word. You know what? I like Tiny Pog for coming up with that. Tiny Pog was kind of onto something. Tiny Pog knew what he was doing. Chapter 1. Oh hell. It was chaos, betrayal at its most unexpected. Mr. On, who stood in the middle of both sides with the little girl he wanted to protect, shielded her eyes from the terror he would create. Lily, he whispered to her, his hand still over her eyes, cover your ears. She did as he said and covered her ears. In a hurry, he pulled out a gun and shot the bodyguard that stood by Alice. Who are these people? The gunshot put everyone on the gunshot put everyone on edge. While Chris and Malachi cowered, more people. Julian couldn't. Even more people. He had volunteered to take the task of being the one to use the gun. He whipped it out, as did Atlas, and he pointed it at her. Before either of them could do anything, Mr. On shot. It was a challenge. He loved her dearly, but she couldn't but she lost his trust, and she was going to commit a crime that he could no longer stand. The bullet ripped through her, and she dropped the gun, yelling in pain. That was his last bullet. Julian, who still had his gun on her, hesitated. She was already shot, so there would be no need to do it again, right? That's what he thought, but Alice wasn't going down here. She scanned the ground for a gun. When she found it, she rushed over to pick it up with her good arm. Shoot! Malachi yelled as he pointed it as she pointed it to Julian. Fuck, I can't read. Julian was shaking with fear. The horror he felt as he moved his finger to the trigger was immense. The sound of his own gun going off was deafening. His breath hastened as he looked at her and witnessed what he had done. There she was, on the ground, lifeless, with a pool of blood growing from under her chest. He looked down at his hands as if he had her own blood on them, and fell to his knees. There was only a single thought that went through his mind at that moment. What have I done? Alicia? Who is she? Did I meet Alice? Or is this the same? Or is, wait, no, that can't be Alice. This has to be a completely different person. Alicia was on the verge of yelling as she. What the fuck did I just. What the fuck did I write? Alicia was on the verge of yelling as she read the story. Holland, who was reading along with her, stared at her as if she was crazy. She whimpered as she left the last few paragraphs she read. I'm sorry, can I not write or can I not read? What the fuck? She whimpered as she left the last few paragraphs she read sink in. I can't read. No, I can't speak either, apparently. I can't write. That's what's happening. I don't know how to feel, she finally said as she looked at her phone. Okay, that's it. I like how I struggled so much at the very end. I was like, I can't fucking read. I can't get this, get through this fucking sentence. I can't read, I can't write, and I can't speak, which are all very important for this stream. Oh, okay. And that's how it all ended. This shit, bro, let me tell you. This shit, I kinda this was good. Okay, chat. Okay, listen to me. Listen. Hear me out, okay? That's how it all ended. Was a story. It was a really good story, right? And it's actually pretty applicable to like reality right now. Why? Because I wrote this shit like a couple years back, like a long time actually. I wrote this shit like a long while back. And it's about AI taking over like jobs and shit, which is like so fucking relevant in today's world. Like low key, bro, I was predicting shit. I wrote like very little. I had like an idea, but I wasn't really sure or didn't know how to actually execute it. So I ended up only writing like a paragraph that I thought sounded really good. And that was it. I never went back to it. I watched the television, the news being flooded with reports about either political or trivial matters that I had no interest in, or at the very least concerned me. I was thinking of changing the channel when I see the most alien breaking news written in bold silver letters across the screen. Automated voice. The automated voice went on to explain everything in an almost perfect voice. I don't know how to fucking write. However, I paid no attention to its words. The heading said it all. Breakthrough. Coders create software that allow robots to paint completely original pieces. Once the thing was done speaking, a video played of a computer forming an image in a mechanical arm painting. It sped through until the piece was done, and it was perfect. Throughout the whole video, not a single mistake was made, and every line was perfect. It did what would take even the greats days to do, in only what seemed like an hour. I sighed, thinking about my younger brother. I guess he'll need to look for another job again. Is this shit not prophetic or what? I mean, I hope it's not prophetic because this shit's kind of bad. This was very much dystopia, I think. I was very much trying to write, I think, dystopia with the idea of AI taking over like jobs and then like people struggling to actually find jobs to, earn money with and purpose in their lives because most jobs didn't really exist anymore. That's my, yeah, I think that's what I was trying to go for. Very dystopia. This is another really embarrassing one. Just before each one, I just need to give like a little warning, a little heads up. So for effects of disorder, I wrote this one. This one was like, if I remember correctly, I think I was focusing on writing realistic characters. Like I was very much taking people who I knew from my real daily life and like making characters surrounding like how they act. Because I think the entire purpose of Effects of Disorder was to make, or it was to write characters who were like actually well developed. Like they were multifaceted. Their characters weren't one dimensional, but they still kind of had like very clear traits that defined and differentiated them. I distinctly remember like trying to make the dialogue for this one very distinct, like practicing how to make distinct dialogue for each character, but I don't remember if I actually succeeded with this one. There was like an era where I was doing this, and this was I think written maybe like in the beginning of that era, where I was like, I'm gonna write stories, and I'm going to focus primarily on like the ability to write distinct character dialogue and then I wrote this bullshit. Um I also wanted to mess around with like character development and shit. Um in interpersonal relationships. I really feel like there's a lot of that in here. This one I read through, which is why I'm able to like when I was reading through this, I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember this. Oh yeah." Fun fact. Okay, so fun fact about this. As you can see, one of the characters is that's a Korean name. As you can see, a lot of the main characters are actually Korean. I decided to do something really fun. I put a bunch of like different people on a wheel and I spun it. And I was like, whichever one it lands on, that's going to be where my characters are from, and that's going to be like their cultural background and shit to like challenge myself. And also, I was like really into like K-pop, I think during this time. So like low key, it kind of worked out because I got Korean and like I probably knew the most about Korea at the time compared to like the other shit I put on there. Like like Iceland, which I ended up also getting. So I had to do a bit of research on Iceland and stuff. This one was actually pretty fun to write, I think. And I also challenged myself, including like, cultures that I wasn't really that familiar with, so it could count challenge me to actually fucking research before I write characters. Sung-il and his parents sat outside the emergency room anxiously. Ji-hyun, their youngest son and Sung-il's little brother, was in there. He was unconscious, and the family couldn't help but worry, no matter what the doctor said. The door swung open, making a squeaking sound that would never really get fixed. Mrs. Hua, who was a mess of tears, was the first to look up, the rest of the family following. They all awaited the news on the smallest member of their family. "Don't worry," the doctor said, in the most comforting, soothing voice possible. "He's fine, but his eyes are badly damaged. He's blind." This news shook everyone. Their mother's knees went weak, and her husband gently helped her sit down. Sungil went to her side to comfort her as his father heard the rest of the news about Ji-hyun. Sungil managed to listen in on some of the conversation, his ears seeming to perk at all the important words. "Is he really blind? Will he get better?" his father asked, his voice unsteady. Sungil could tell he tried to keep himself from stuttering, but it was obvious. "I'm sorry to say, but he's permanently blind. It won't heal." He broke his arm, and it seemed like he hit his head. "We don't see any physical injuries, but there is a chance he could have suffered some trauma. We'll see once he wakes up." Mrs. Hua nodded, looking back at Sungil and his mom, wondering how to break the news to them. Sungil already knew. Not that his dad knew this. No, not until those two locked eyes and stared, conveying the knowledge they both shared on the situation. It was the next day, and Ji-hyun had woken up in the early afternoon. His mom and brother were in the room when he did. Not that he could tell. He couldn't see. All he could make out was the blindingly white color that made up most of his vision from the light. Colors were vaguely distinguishable from the white. He began to panic. How could he not? He couldn't see, and he didn't know why. He knew he wasn't home, and he had no idea what was happening. His mother ran out to get a doctor, while Sungil just stared in fear as his now blind twin. Okay, I just learned something new about these characters. Had a panic attack right in front of his eyes. It was a haunting sight for him, like looking in a mirror that showed them in a more terrifying state. Oh, wait, let me reread that. It was a haunting sight for him, like looking in a mirror that showed him in a more terrifying state than he could possibly imagine. Oh no, yeah, I feel like that'd be traumatizing. Definitely. Imagine your twin, like someone who looks fucking identical to you, having a fucking panic attack and just like, and this is someone who you deeply care for. That would be fucking terrifying. Dang, why was little Pog low key like kind of cooking with that idea? Oh, I already know the places my mind was going with this. Oh yeah, this was not gonna be a happy story for anyone. This was not gonna be a good story, bro. Oh no. Why was I so into bad endings? Okay. 4 months later, Jihyun and Sungil arrived at a Korean restaurant their friend's mother owned. There, they spotted two familiar boys as they walked in. Dongmin was short. You could tell regardless of whether he was sitting down. He looked young for his age, with softly defined features, and cheeks that always looked fat when he smiled even a little. Next to him was Jason, or Jason as the boys called him. It was his Korean name. I fucking hate myself. He was tall and slim compared to the others. His face had a soft, natural red hue from the acne that littered his cheeks. Ah, I see. They are still going through puberty. That makes the trauma even better. Oh no, they're young and impressionable. Oh, that means the trauma just hits them harder, guys. Oh man, I love writing. He was slim and tall compared to the others. I literally just wrote that. They both had been talking prior to the brothers' arrival about them being late. They didn't expect them to come as soon as that conversation started. Late, said Dong Min, I can't read, accusingly to the brothers as they took their seats. They were greeted by his father, who stood behind the register. Hello, boys, he greeted with a smile on his face. Good morning, Mr. Lee, Sung-il said, as his brother waved where he heard the voice coming from. Sung-il and Ji-hyun took their seats in front of their two friends. Sorry, I'm still having a little trouble putting on clothes, Ji-hyun said, feeling embarrassed. I accidentally put my pants on backwards and my shirt was inside out and backwards. Jason laughed at Ji-hyun, as did Dongmin, as he said, Wow, you really are a mess now, aren't you? Ji-hyun looked away uncomfortable with what he knew was to come next. It's been like, what, 3 months? Dongmin asked jokingly, though Ji-hyun was offended by the question. However, he did not let it show. He was too scared for that. So he simply complied with Dongmin. Yeah, I know, I'm a little helpless. He scratched the back of his head nervously and slightly embarrassed. Dongmin looked over to Sungil, who was looking at him in a way, as if trying to tell him to shut up. I didn't mean it like that, he defended, looking at Ji-hyun, though he was addressing both brothers. It's okay. It's kinda true anyway. I still need help with a lot of stuff. Ji-hyun still felt a little anxious, but that went away when Sungil remarked, That's what we're here for. Sungil threw his hands in the air as if yelling the phrase loudly enough for his table to hear clearly. Yeah, we're here for you, Jason added. This made Ji-hyun visibly happy, an uneven smile stretching across mostly the right side of his face. I'm not helping you with your clothes though. I'm not gay like this motherfucker over here. That's my brother, Sung-il said in immediate disgust. I didn't say anything. You're the disgusting one for thinking it. God, my God, you're so annoying, Sung-il muttered under his breath. Then suffer, Dongmin shot at him. Fuck you. Wait, why does this sound like an exact conversation my friends put out? This sounds like an. Wait, hold on. This part right here? Maybe not this part, because the two friends who specifically make, like, these, like, who have, like, this sort of, like, banter with each other, they're both gay. So, like, this doesn't really matter. But, like, I didn't say anything. You're the disgusting one for thinking it. My God, you're annoying. Then suffer. Like, this is literally verbatim what my friend says. I wasn't even friends with this person when I wrote this, but this is like verbatim what they say when they're like bantering with like the other one. They're like, then suffer, and then they do like a little evil laugh. This is like really fucking on point how my friends sound. Fuck you, Sungyeon mocked, using the same tone. Oh man. I feel so what's the word? This is so cringy for me. I don't know if I want to keep going. Like, I'm cringing so hard. I don't know if I want to keep reading this. It's always the fucking longest ones I write, bro. I think this is like 9 pages, I think. And it's like I'm only on like the second page, I think, and I don't want to keep reading this one. It's so fucking embarrassing. Also, oh, welcome in, Tiana. Oh yay, now I know I have an audience. That makes this even more embarrassing for me. I can tell I wrote this during a very like it's very clearly I wrote this before I knew I was into men. Or I wrote this before I knew exactly how much I was into men. Because all of like the gay jokes, yeah. I think I was kind of I think I was projecting a little. Really? Cause you're a guy, but I'm sure wait, hold on. Where was I? I'm not gay, Dongmin shot back, now using his normal voice. Really? Cause you're a guy, but I'm sure you don't have problems fucking yourself. Jihyun and Jason bursted out laughing from Sungil's comeback, while Dongmin was trying to hold back his own laughter. He had to admit it was funny, but it was directed towards him, so it was still an insult. Says someone who's actually fucked a guy. At least I get fucked. You can't even get a girl to kiss you. Oh no, I don't want to read that next sentence. I'm so fucking embarrassed. I'm so fucking embarrassed, chat. Oh no. Thank you, Jason, for being the guy of reason in this conversation. Okay. Chill. We get it, Jason intervened. You can get a girlfriend, he said, gesturing to Sungil and then gesturing to Dongmin. And you can't. The hell? Dongmin was offended and raised his fist as if to hit him, but stopped when Jason continued speaking. But we have a kid here, and what you were going to say was too much. We're all the same age, Ji-hyun questioned. But only you have the innocence of a 6-year-old. Wow. I really did that to him, huh? The poor boy's been infantilized by his own friends, no less. Poor guy. Mm. It's not like I understand half of it, Ji-hyun crossed his arms and pouted. He's not wrong, Sungyo added. It doesn't even bother him. He wouldn't be affected if I said I got a guy to stick his dick in me. Around the same time, Dongming's mother appeared, and the boys' chaos evidently covered the sound. And the boys' chaos evidently covered the sound of the dirty dishes that clattered in the yellow container she carried. She had heard the crude joke from Sungil, instinctively hitting him on the back of his head, causing him to wince and grab his head. Watch your mouth. Nobody wants to hear that mess. You're in public. Sorry, ma'am. She groaned and walked away, mumbling and cursing Sungil for being such an inappropriate person. Sungil broke out in laughter as she walked away. Soon the others followed, as if they all found the fact of Sungil getting hit hilarious. Can't believe you actually finished that sentence, Dongmin said in between his laughs. I can't believe your mom only hit him once, Jason added. Can't believe she didn't kick us all out, said Jihyun. Can I end stream now, chat? I'm embarrassed. Can I end stream now? I'm like so fucking embarrassed by this. Oh no. Songo let out a single laugh before sighing. What can I say? I'm a living charm. Nothing bad can happen to me. Jihyun jabbed his brother in the side with his elbow from his arrogant comment. Ow. He ignored his cry of pain and decided to change the topic of the conversation. He knew if they kept things up, they might actually get kicked out. It wouldn't be the first time it happened. School's gonna start soon, he said. Dongmin groaned, leaning his head back and sliding down his seat. Why? I don't I don't want to go back to that hellhole. Jihyun laughed at him. Luckily for us, we're homeschooled. Jihyun teased, rubbing the fact in his face. Unlike the others, they didn't attend public school. They were homeschooled, online. It was the fact that Jihyun didn't have to leave his brother that made him love being homeschooled so much. Sungil didn't mind, but he had always craved meeting new people and being able to socialize a lot. But his brother was there, so that alone was enough. Sungil, you should really come back to 195, huh? Was that a placeholder for the school name? Why do I have fucking numbers there? School will be less boring with you, Dongmin proposed. Think of all the people you could meet, all the boys and girls you could fuck. School would be less boring, Jihyun mocked. And you say you're not gay, Jihyun said teasingly. Dongmin looked at him with a slight tint of murder in his eyes. Ha ha, he said stoically. I hope you choke. I hope you choke too, Jihyun replied, still sporting that nice innocent smile that felt more like a smirk now. Anyway, Sungho and I should probably go now. You guys have to wake up early now. Oh, you guys have to wake up early, you know? Jihyun stood up and grabbed his walking stick that he had set against the table. Next time you come, play the damn piano instead of pissing me off. Trying, I thought that's what I did. Just leave. Domin turned his head and shooed the two of them away. Bye, guys, Jason said, waving at the brothers. Bye, said Jihyun, waving behind him, not knowing if he was facing them. He wasn't, but everyone understood he meant to wave at them. Sungyeol did the same as he stood up and walked with his brother out of the building. Jihyun, Sungyeol said. Jihyun looked over to his brother, seeing a vague silhouette of indistinguishable colors. You should have told him you hope he chokes on it. Oh, it cuts off. On a Jihyun swung his walking stick effortlessly at his brother's legs. Sungho winced in pain and stopped to grab his leg. What the hell, Jihyun? He yelled furiously in Korean. Jihyun replied in their native language, seeming unbothered as he kept walking straight, and didn't stop walking, despite knowing that Sungho stopped. Stop it with the crude jokes. It was funny before, but you got hit for a reason. What a saint you are, Sungho said sarcastically. I didn't say I was, but you're definitely worse than me. So, fun fact. I like how I'm writing all of these characters, and I'm fucking, like, real people who have entered my life after writing this story, like, match these characters so fucking well. I have a friend, like Sungil, says the most outlandish, like, inappropriate jokes ever for no fucking reason. We could be having a normal ass conversation, and he will just come out with the most inappropriate phrases to describe something. And it's like it's funny, but it's also so fucking annoying. I literally threatened to like fucking judo him because of that shit. Like he does it so fucking much. It's so funny like seeing like it's so funny like cuz I wrote these characters to be three-dimensional, to be realistic and to be like very like very real. And then I end up writing characters who are very similar to people who I end up meeting later in life. That's so funny. It's so weird how the world works, guys. Forget it. I'm going to the mall. Are you leaving me? Jishan asked, his voice sounding fuck. Uncar- Hold on, chat. I can do this. Uncharacteristically innocent in comparison to his prior attitude. There we go. I am not illiterate. I promise. I'm just having a really hard time right now because I am actively taking mental damage as I read this. Please be forgiving. What? No, you're coming with me. I mean in the future, like when you go off to college and stuff. Like hell I would do that. You're my brother, my twin. I gotta take care of you. Jaehyun smiled. It was a good feeling when he felt taken care of, especially by his brother. But he couldn't help but wonder if it was right. His brother was practically throwing away a more decent future just to take care of him. He felt guilty. However, that guilt wasn't enough. He didn't say a word about he didn't say a word about it. The thought plaguing his mind, branching out. I'm holding my brother down. He should be doing more than taking care of me. I can do more than that. He can do more than that. I don't deserve how well he's taking care of me, but I enjoyed so much. I don't want to lose him. What if he leaves forever? What if he leaves forever? What would happen? Certainly the worst for him came to mind. Oh, oh, that's where the title. Okay, okay, guys, wait, hold on. A memory just resurfaced. The title. Okay, remember how I said I wrote this to explore, like, how to write really dynamic three-dimensional characters? Yeah, so the title, Effects of Disorder, yeah, like this title right here. Yeah, the reason why it's called Effects of Disorder, like specifically like Effects of Disorder, is because I wrote the twins, our two main characters. Remember how I did that little prologue about how the twin got about, the twin getting in an accident and being blind? Okay, low-key reading this paragraph just like resurfaced a memory. It's called Effects of Disorder because the two twins, our two main characters, have actual psychological disorders that came from that accident where Ji-hyun became blind. Okay? Bear with me here. I cannot remember exactly the names of it, but I specifically made it for the disorders to kind of work in conjunction. Essentially, both disorders like feed on each other to become more severe. So like both of their actions are like feeding the other's disorder, which is really fucking interesting now that I think about it. Why was why was little Pogliacciii kind of cooking with these characters? They actually act like real people because I fucking seen these people in real life. And then on top of that, I did some weird like shit with the characters. So I think the specific disorders that they have. I think Ji-hyun has some sort of dependency disorder. That's like where all of these thoughts are coming from. Ji-hyun has some sort of dependency disorder where he's like, I like being taken care of. I can't take care of myself. Or he feels like he can't take care of himself. So he constantly wants to have someone else take care of him, even though he knows he's potentially hindering the other person. But he keeps like wanting to be taken care of. And then Sungil has some sort of like I forgot what it's called, but it's some sort of like protective separation anxiety disorder. That's what he has. He has that. So essentially he feels like he actually has like symptoms when he's like separated from his brother too long, also kind of stemming from like the trauma of like the accident. So because it's like you have one person who doesn't want to separate from the other, and the other person who feels the need to always be taken care of, they're it's like the disorders kind of like feed each other and like make them more severe and stronger. Which like, oh, that's so fucking good. Oh, this was not going to have a happy ending, chat. It's it's like my writing is so cringe, but my ideas are low key kind of peak. Like honestly. Jihyun was leaning against the wall near the store window display as his brother flirted with the store's part-timer. I don't know how flirting works out in the wild. I'm not gonna lie. I've never flirted with someone just out and about. Never been flirted by someone either. I don't know how this shit works. But you know what? Tiny Poggy, past Poggy, they attempted it. They attempted to write about an experience they've never had before. This is what writing is. I wish blind people really did have enhanced senses, Jihyun thought. He couldn't hear a word the two were saying, but he was too good of a brother to intervene in their conversation. He was beginning to get anxious as he waited, thinking of the conversation the two were having. The feeling of being alone with nothing but blots of color and blurs made Jihyun feel uncomfortable and scared. He wanted nothing more than for someone to be there for him as he waited. Fears began to swell as he stood and waited. What if something happens as I wait? What will I do? Sungil come help, or is he too distracted? His mind was becoming jumbled in thoughts that was making him feel unsettled as his body shook in fear. Sungil, on the other hand, was faring only slightly better than he. He was beginning to feel nauseous and headaches were starting to form, but he was determined to power through them. He constantly looked at his brother through the glass wall of the store to see his brother standing patiently by the entrance. Patiently, since he couldn't see that he was shaking from the anxiety of waiting for him. "What's your name?" the boy asked. "Sungil, but you can call me Simon. What's yours?" Sungil had a small, sweet smile that made him look friendly. "Aiden." "Cute name," Sungil muttered. "Huh?" Aiden Aiden looked at Sungil questionably before he shook his head, discrediting Aiden's curiosity. "So," Sungil said. A period of silence followed as he looked at his brother at the front of the store. It was then when he noticed Ji-hyun's shakiness. This didn't fare well with Sungil, and he looked back at the boy. He was now anxious himself to end the conversation. Fucking learn how to speak, Bog. He was now anxious himself to end the conversation quickly as he could go back to his brother. "So what?" Aiden asked in a smooth, deep yet prepubescent voice. I'm sitting here not knowing how the fuck that's supposed to sound. What was past Pog on? What the fuck does that even sound like? Nothing. I gotta go. Okay, Aiden said. Bye. Sungil walked away, not paying attention when Aiden waved by at him. It was a little rude, but he was focused on the well-being of his little brother. "We're leaving," Sungil said as he grabbed his brother's hand and walked away. "You okay?" he asked as they walked. "I saw you shaking." "I was scared. I don't like being by myself now that I can't see." "Why didn't you say something before?" "You were talking with someone, and I didn't want to interrupt. You told me to wait out here anyway." Sangyo hugged his brother, who was caught off guard by the sudden embrace. "Relax. I'm not going to abandon you or something. Who else is going to take care of you?" "As long as you don't leave me." "I won't." After Sangyo spoke, he began walking again and tripped over his foot from the pace, causing Jihyun to stumble. Neither said a thing after the incident for the simple fact that it would have felt a little drawn out and unnecessary. They let the small irritation silence them, making the walk home blissfully silent. They opened the door and were met with the sight of both of their parents. As they walked in, closing the door behind them, neither bothered to greet the other. Their parents knew it would be to no avail, as they had been ignored many times before. Sungyeol didn't accept their attempts, and Jihyun just followed as his brother did. As they walked to their rooms, they could smell it. In the air of their small apartment was the intoxicating aroma of dinner, but they knew it wasn't ready yet, so they went to their room. The room was shared between the two of them. It was separated with beds on opposite sides, one a dark gray and the other a shade similar to maroon. As different as they seemed, they grew up having so much in common. Many of the commodities that would have differ sorry that would have differentiated their personalities were shared, from the albums that filled the space of the bookshelf above Sungul's bed to the books that littered the two bottom drawers of their dresser. Maybe the one things the two didn't share were necessities. Their clothes, shoes, and beds were off limits to the other. Thank you, Paul, for that distinction. Oh, new character! Yay! Asta was an exchange student from Iceland, and she was terrified. So am I, Asta. That nice bright smile she gave her host mother as she was escorted away was gone in an instant, replaced with an expression of subtle fear. Are you nervous? Her guide asked, whom's name she discovered was Jason, thanks to the counselor. Jason makes a comeback, guys. I specifically chose him. Because honestly, he seems like the most mature out of the group of boys to like be someone else's guide to a new school. I'm not gonna lie, I would not trust anybody else with this task. She looked up at him, com- commending his height in a hidden marvel. They were walking through the halls, which weren't yet empty, as a few students were still scattered around. They were either lounging around or making their way to class. Some were scurrying to stuff their things in their locker and get to class before the bell rings, lest the teacher marks them absent. She giggled lightly, thinking it would magically make her feel better. Kinda, she answered honestly. Her accent was thick. You could tell where she was from. Don't worry, everyone will think you're cool. Then you'll make some friends and stuff like that. What if I don't? Asta, right? He asked, looking at her as if waiting for a cue to continue. She nodded and the bell rang, marking the official start of class. I'm your friend now. You're not allowed to ditch me. Asta laughed at his joke as she spoke on. I'll introduce you to everyone else, but they can be a bit much, especially Sungil and Dongmin. Wait, doesn't Sungil, isn't he homeschooled? Wait, why is he in this scene? Wait, hold on. Who are the, wait, hold on. Who's everyone in this scene again? I ain't, there was a lot of people in the beginning. Hold on. Sungil's the brother. He's supposed to be homeschooled with Jihyun. It's supposed to be Dongmin and it's supposed to be Dongmin and Jason, and then the twins. Pog, I think you fucked up. I don't know if this is rude, but their names don't sound American. That is actually very rude, Asta. That is actually very rude, Asta. You're now going to be sent back to Iceland. They're Korean. I'm Korean too, but I was born here, so I got an English name. Asta nodded in understanding, looking down as she thought about it. What's our first class? Asta looked back at him, now focusing on his features. He had soft features, and his light brown hair complemented it. English. Don't worry, though. The teacher's nice. Asta responded with another nod as they walked on. The class was relatively close. He twisted the knob only to find that it was locked. This was actually this was a legitimate issue. Not an issue, but that this was something that like actually happened back in my high school. Was that like sometimes teachers would be out of their classrooms for whatever reason. So they'd like or the doors would be like automatically locked. So like instead of like fully unlocking the doors would just always be locked and then they just like would keep it opened all day. So then like when they close it or whatever, yeah, if they like close it or whatever, let's say like for lunch or something, and the teacher went out for lunch and they accidentally closed the door, like you just have to wait for the teacher to come back to like open the door again. This was also something that happened in the mornings too. If teachers um weren't in the class before students made it there, the door would be locked. I don't know if like other people had that issue in their schools, but like there were like lots of times where I would like just stand in front of the class. There was like literally just a line of us in front of the classroom door waiting for the teacher to get here so they could open it. And if we were unlucky, the teacher wasn't there that day. So then someone from the faculty had to remember that, oh shit, this teacher isn't here today. And then they'd have to come and open it for us like 30 minutes into class. No, not 30 minutes. That's like the whole class period. Like, yeah, like 15 or something minutes into the class. It was kind of crazy. My school wasn't like top tier. Oscar responded with another nod as they walked on. The class was relatively close. He twisted the knob only to find that it was locked, but luckily the teacher noticed and sent a kid to unlock the door. Oh, no, they were already. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah. I've had that issue in school before. Yeah, that's a very. I remember. I remember. They both walked into the room and the two were instantly met with the stares of a large portion of the class. Some people were looking up in curiosity or just staring. Class had barely begun, and the only thing that currently had anyone's attention was her. However, it was probably the teacher's friendly and harmless stare that seemed to bother her the most out of everyone's. She was a short, plump woman with natural rosy cheeks and short almond hair. Her smile was bright, so much so that it felt as if it had the same energy as the sun. Her large glasses sat on the bridge of her small nose, giving her the aura as comfortable as that of home. You must be the new exchange student that will be following Jason. She nodded in response, not yet finding the power to speak out. I'm Mrs. Umbridge. Why don't you introduce yourself before we start class? Asta took a deep breath and walked to the center of the class, near the teacher. She spoke, her voice loud and clear. Her accent stunned everyone, making the room feel a little more quiet than it already was. Hello, my name is Asta. I'm 16 years old and I'm from Iceland. Don't you love it when you have to introduce yourself in front of the class for school, guys? I've been having to do that for how many years as a language student? Just in a different language. Hi, my name's Pog. I'm this many years old, and I'm from this place, and I like this and that. Nice to meet everyone, or please take care of me. 'Cause Japanese. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. As she spoke, a hint of adrenaline rushed through her, a smile sneakily creeping upon her face. Her eyes drifted to Jason, who gave her a look of hope, as if he were cheering her on silently with his eyes. She was happy. The day went by smoothly as she followed Jason around like a lost puppy, hopelessly following its owner. There were times when the halls were so crowded Jason had to grab onto Asta's hand to keep from losing her. Also, very relatable. My school was fucking big. Oh,
Pinky_Rose has followed Pog to their den.
why do I feel like I cannot hear the voice? Anyway, Pinky Rose, thank you for following me. I'm so embarrassed right now. Why are people following me when I'm reading my embarrassing stories from like decades ago? Welcome in. Hi. In case you do not know, my name is Pog. You can call me Pog or Pogly. And I reached 100 followers on Twitch pretty recently. Yay. So now, as a reward, I'm reading all of my old stories and fanfics from when I was like little. Pog would be better. Call me whatever you want, bro. But yeah, this is a very embarrassing time for you to be joining me. God. Okay, let's keep going. Um Remember where I left off. Okay. There were times when the halls were so crowded Jason had to grab onto Asta's hand to keep from losing her. Fifth period came around and she was ecstatic, as it meant they would soon be eating. They walked to the classroom, but it was blocked by students meddling in conversations that happened by the lockers near the door. Congratulations on 100 followers. I don't know if um I've just been here listening. Oh, no, that's okay, Tiana. That's fine. You can just sit here and listen. This is very entertaining content after all. I don't mind suffering a little. I do it every day. Jennifer, your fat ass is blocking the door, Jason said as his face grew into a smile, knowing what she would do to him. What you say, bitch? She hit him on the head, and he broke out into a laugh, and she moved out of the way. This is very, this is very much the vibe of my old high school. What the fuck? This is very much what school was like for me. Asta too broke out into soft laughter at Jennifer's actions. As they walked in, Asta stared at the board and the remnants of the lesson the last class was going over. Half of the class was already seated, more or less, with some standing by their friends, talking and trying to get the answers to their next class's test. She walked to his. Is this not the first day of class? Why are we already having tests? I feel so anxious for them. She walked to. He walked to his seat. The row. I can't read, chat. I'm so sorry. He walked to his seat, the row behind him being empty. It was always empty. The class was exceptionally small. He directed Asta to the seat behind him, and not long after, a small structured boy sat by Jason, dropping his books on the desk, letting out a loud, deep thud as the table rocked from the impact. Both Jason and Asta flinched from the sound alone. Sup? What the hell was that for? I thought I was gonna get a damn heart attack. Relax, but who's she? I've never seen her before. This is Asta. She's an exchange student. She's following me until she gets a schedule. Sup? The short boy nodded. His head to- the short boy nodded his head towards her in a manner she could only describe as flirtatious, which it was. Dongmin, out of all of the characters I've made, you are a disappointment. A little off topic, but I feel like it just needs to be said. Asta, this is Dongmin. Asta waved shyly at the boy, giving him a small smile. You're cute, Dongmin said suddenly. Asta was thrown off by the random compliment, but managed to reply. Thanks. Dongmin, chill out. She just got here. You lucky piece of shit. What? A cute foreign student following you around? I hate myself for writing this. Asta had no idea what the two were saying. So she flinched, seemingly out of nowhere, when Jason hit Dongmin. What the hell is wrong with you? Dongmin laughed, and Asta could only look at him confused, not knowing what they were talking about that could lead to such commotion. Jason took notice of this and apologized. Sorry, you don't want to hear what he just said anyway. Asta nodded, knowing it would probably be best not knowing, but her curiosity got the better of her. She was quiet about it, but she let that curiosity slip with a small question that said it all. What if I want to know what he said? Jason looked at her as if wondering what was wrong with her. But Dongmin seemed like he was more than happy to oblige. Don't worry about it. It was just a joke. You wouldn't get it. Fine, Asta said. She crossed her arms in discontent. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, in which the teacher did not yet return. But when the students were already in class, but then, by then, the students were already in class and talking about. So, you guys can speak Korean. Yeah, Dongmi replied casually, as if he had been asked that question multiple times. Can you speak any other languages beside English? I'm learning Icelandic, but it's a bit of a dying language. Can you say something in Icelandic? Dongmin said. The fuck did I write for her? Asta thought for a moment, trying to think of a word or phrase she could say. I'm gonna tell you right now I can't pronounce that. Past Paul, you wrote that shit without any sort of reference for how to pronounce it. Domin's eyes widened at the sound of the language. It sounded slow and slightly gruff, as Asta's voice usually changed when she spoke Icelandic. Cool, Jason commented. Asta let out a small, friendly smile, moving her bronze-like hair again behind her ear. Good morning, class, a bold voice spoke. I remembered this scene. This was every day of fucking class. And it's so fucking funny remembering that time. A bold voice spoke, almost echoing throughout the classroom. There were scattered good mornings from some of the students, most of them soft with the exception of one or two. Asta looked over to Dongmin, who was completely silent, and Jason, who was one of the students who did nothing but mutter when returning the teacher's kind greeting. This did not suffice with the teacher. She said once again, this time slightly louder, "Good morning, class." Everyone responded again, louder, with more of the students joining in. The initially loud students were yelling even more so, making the other students laugh and the teacher smile at the chaoticness. The class went by quickly, and it was time for lunch. Jason and Dongmin directed her to the cafeteria. It was large, with long tables lined up in rows, and the enticing smell of whatever was being cooked up filling the room. The cafeteria was quickly filling up with hungry students. They helped her they helped her through the long line of students waiting for food and sat down at a table from the entrance. Asta didn't wait to eat, as she was starving and had spent half the class hoping her stomach wouldn't growl. Slow down before you get sick, Jason Hack said, concerned. Asta did as he said, stopping completely till chat. I would like to apologize again for being illiterate and unable to speak English. I promise it is my first language, I just suck at it. Asta did as he said, stopping completely to let what she had already devoured digest. I think you'll like my mom's restaurant. Your mom has a restaurant? Asta's eyes widened in delight. Dongmi and Jason couldn't help but laugh at her expression, which they thought was adorable. Yeah, she owns a Korean restaurant. Can I come? Sure, the more the merrier. Besides, my mom wouldn't mind having another customer. How about tomorrow? I have to go straight home since this is my first day. I'm down with that. Okay, tomorrow then. Asta smiled and went on eating, this time in a more paced manner. The rest of the lunch was silent for them, as they ate. When the bell rang, Asta was shocked, feeling that lunch was a bit rushed. This was what everyone generally thought, but unlike her, they were all used to it, so no one really bothered to question it any further. She and the others walked back to the classroom, Jason needing to take hold of her hand again to get through the crowd of restless students. I would just like to say, I don't think I planned on anything happening between these two. From my remembering, all of the characters here are like only platonic with each other. I think there's like one risk, which is like Asta getting in the way of like trying to get with Sung-gil, which I thought would be interesting as fuck considering that he has a separation anxiety disorder and then his brother's fucking dependent on him low key. So like I felt like the drama. Just imagine the drama, chat. That's what I'm remembering so far from like my outlining this story. As they walked into the classroom, there was a stench, undefinable by most standards, contaminating the air. Asta was visibly bothered by the smell, contorting her face in disgust. Dongming looked at her and could see how bothered she was. Miss Eden usually eats in here, so the smell sticks, but don't worry, you'll get used to it. Asta nodded as he was right. After about 5 minutes, the smell started to fade, though she wasn't sure if it was the smell disappearing or her nose simply getting accustomed to the smell. The time after lunch was relaxed. The teacher didn't teach anything after lunch because the entire lesson had already finished before then. Oh, right, yeah. So the students spent the remainder of the class either talking or on their phones. For reference, my specific high school the had like lunch A, lunch B, lunch C, lunch D, because we had too many students to fit in the cafeteria all at once. I don't know if other high schools are like this, but my high school was like this. And if you had the very last lunch, which was lunch D, it ended like 5 minutes before class did. So like you would go back to class and you'd still have like 5 minutes left. So you just sit in class and chill until like the bell rang, which is what I was trying to explain when I was writing that paragraph. But I think without reference, like if you don't have a school that ever did that, then I don't think you really understood what I was trying to explain. So that's just a little bit of like for your information, because I feel like that's possibly a little confusing. The bell rang and it was time for the next class. Everyone gathered their things and left class. What's our next class? Asta asked as she followed the two boys. Spanish, Dongmin answered. Do you have Spanish classes in Iceland? Jason asked. Asta nodded. Yeah. So can you speak Spanish too? Yeah, but not much. That's cool, Dongmin said. You can speak Korean, Asta replied as they walked into the classroom. Half of the class was already there. The teacher waved at them wholeheartedly. Hola, Jason y Dylan. I cannot remember Spanish. uh, ¿Cuánto nuevo amigo? She had asked the two enthusiastically as she smiled at Asta. She had asked who she was. She's the exchange student who's shadowing me. Her name's Asta. Her smile grew as she learned this and greeted her. Hello, sweetie, how are you? I'm Mrs. Gallus, she said in a Spanish accent. I'm good, thank you. Go have a seat and I'll begin the class soon. She nodded and the three of them sat down together, as they had since chemistry. On the whiteboard was a short bellwork, a little a little like vocabulary again, specifically from my school. I don't know what other schools call this or what like or if even like other high schools have this. But bellwork was like the little short assignment you had to do. I think usually it was like before the bell rang, before the start of class. It's like a little thing to like introduce you to like the lesson for the day. If it felt very childish, I feel like, but at the same time, it's like a legitimate teaching lesson from what I remember. Yeah, a legitimate teaching method. But when you're in high school, it feels kind of like child's work, like literally. She nodded and the three of them sat down together, as they had since chemistry. On the whiteboard was bell work. The teacher wanted somewhat completed before the bell rang for class to start. Yeah, what bell work is. Jason got to work while Dongmin took his time, trying to start a conversation with Asta, who was also trying to do the work, as she had been doing in all of her classes. Asta, what else did they teach for foreign language? Mine had German, Spanish, and French. Why German? Isn't Iceland like really close to North America? Both Asta and Jason stopped what they were doing to stare at Dongmin and his idiocy. Iceland is closer to America? Jason asked, as if waiting for confirmation on the fact. Closer? Asta adds, in the same tone as Jason. Yeah, closer. After a short silence, Asta facepalms while Jason snores at Dongmin's lacking sense in geography. Dude, that's Greenland. Iceland is the tiny island on top of England. Dongmin finally realizes his mistake. He groans in embarrassment and frustration. He lowered he lowered his head. Oh God, I'm such an idiot. Sorry, Asta. She shrugged at his apology, not caring for it. It's okay, she said to him, not even looking up. She was preoccupied with struggling to do the work in a language he had little knowledge of. The bell rang and the teacher hurriedly came in. Hola, hola. Buenos dias, mi chicos y chicas. I feel so fucking embarrassed trying to do Spanish. I took it high school and then I forgot everything. She spoke quickly, as if all her words were one. It was an appealing sound, hearing her speak at such a speed. Asta liked how smoothly the words came out and connected to each other. It was something that fascinated Asta. When she had switched over to English, her voice was calmed down, slowing to a more paced and calm speed. We have a new exchange student with us. Now be quiet so she can introduce herself. It was a marvel how gritty her voice was in English, compared to her more smooth and high toned voice in Spanish. It was almost as if two different people were speaking. With this passing through Asta's mind, she stood up, introducing herself for the third time that day. She sat back down after her introduction, this time having a better time speaking. Without wasting time, the teacher began class, talking loudly for the packed class to hear. We're going back to see how the twins are doing, guys. Jihyun and Sungil were sitting in the living room, doing the homework they were assigned from their teacher. Sungil was writing while the younger was speaking into his phone so it could record his words. There was a knock on the door, one of which startled Jihyun. Sungil walked to the door and peered through the peephole, seeing his two friends wait idly on the other side. Who is it? Dongmin and Jason, he replied as he opened the door. How was school? He asked them before they could ever greet him. It was okay, said Dongmin. There's this really cute exchange student Jason's showing around. Where she's from? Jihyun asked, a hint of enthusiasm present in his voice. Iceland, Jason said as he sat down by them. Dongmin snickered at him. Why does it matter to you where she's from? You can't see her anyway. Doesn't mean I can't be curious. Can you even remember what white people look like? That is, again, something I would actually hear in my school. Oh man, don't you just love America, chat? There's a bit of silence. It was short and an awkward one, without tension. Jihyun barely remembered. He only had a hazy, vague image of what he remembered most people looked like. What what the hell? Sungil said as he went over to his brother. Jihyun had his head down, a sense of guilt and depression plastered across his face. Sorry, Dongmin scratched the back of his head, looking away from embarrassment. I shouldn't have said that. I forgot you're sensitive to the topic. The air was thick with tension, not because of anger, but rather disappointment, and the still ever so present awkwardness that was too stubborn to go away. Jason was the first to speak, drawing everyone's attention from his courage to be the first. Dongmin invited her to come by his mom's restaurant tomorrow, so you'll be able to meet her. Am I forgiven now? If she's cute like you said, then yeah. How did I become friends with such horny assholes? Jason questioned as he watched the two be complete asses. I wonder too, Jason. I wonder why I created two characters who were such horny assholes. I'm also pained and disappointed by my creations. I, intro- I introduced you to them, Ji-hyun replied in a cheery tone. He was being sarcastic, though it came off as a sense of genuine, genuinity, and he couldn't tell that they didn't get what he was trying to do. Asta had made it back home to see Dorian, her host brother, doing homework. He was a year older than her, being a high school senior. How was school? He asked as she walked in. Unlike her, he did. What the fuck is that? He attended PS 156, but his school didn't host exchange students, so she was to attend PS 195. Where the fuck did I get these naming conventions for high schools? I'm so confused. Why they're just numbers. It was nice. I made some friends. That's good. How about you? He struggled. No, sorry, he shrugged, still looking down at his work. It was okay. I didn't have any classes with most of my friends, so it's a little boring. Do you have any homework? Asta frowned, being reminded that she indeed had homework that she had to complete. She sighed heavily as she took off her backpack and sat down beside him. Dorian smiled at her reaction, setting his pencil down. I'm gonna get some cookies. Do you want any? Asta nodded as he stood up. She continued to get her folder and binder out so she could begin homework. Dorian, remember back in the days where homework was still on paper and pen? Shit, I miss those days. I hate technology. Dorian returned with a paper towel carrying cookies. He set it down on the low table in front of them, grabbing a cookie for himself in the process. By the way, Asta began as Dorian sat down and ate the soft chocolate chip cookie. Will it be okay if I go out with my friends tomorrow? Dorian thought for a moment. It should be okay, but you should ask Ma. Okay. Asta began doing her homework alongside Dorian. They were both focused on their tasks, and unlike Asta, Dorian managed to get done. He stretched his long arm he stretched his long arms and sat up. He looked he took the now empty paper towel with nothing but crumbs and threw it away. He walked back to his seat and spent the rest of his time on his phone as Asta attempted to finish her work. Another hour was all it took, and when she looked up at the clock that hung by the entrance, it was only 3:30. Dorian's mom didn't get home until around 4:10, so they had a little more than half an hour to waste before they could do anything. Asta had already been staying with the Brooks family for a week. She was used to it being only her and Dorian, so they managed to adjust to each other rather quickly. Asta had stopped feeling fidgety and quiet and was able to talk to him comfortably. There always seemed to be topics at hand, with Asta's curiosity about New York and Dorian's notably surprising interest in Asta's home country. Dorian didn't seem like one to be interested in Asta's country. He was well built, like someone who often played sports, and had a face that was only mildly intimidating, but still managed to make her uncomfortable. He seemed like someone who would care less about where you came from and what it was like, and would rather just figure out whether you could play video games or any sports with him. But he was quite the opposite. He was active, yes, but he was also smart and clumsy, and sometimes acted like a dork. He was positive and probably smiled more than the average 17-year-old boy would. And that was probably the reason why Asta was able to settle down in a new country that first week. He reminded her of her friends when and she knew how he reminded her of her friends and she knew how to interact with them. English. It wasn't hard to talk to Dorian, and Asta ranted about the sights of her homeland, and that was easily enough to fill the time, as he always asked her to tell him more. They heard the door open, and soon enough they saw Dorian's mom walk in. She was short, not much taller than Dorian. Asta thought her to be an extremely beautiful person. She had soft, big eyes with sharp features that made Dorian closely resemble his mother. She walked in and excelled, as if she had been holding in her exhaustion the whole way home. She looked up at us and smiled. Hey kids, how was school? Asta? Oh wait, no. Hey kids, how was school, Asta? It was good, Asta replied. She she even made friends. They invited her to hang out after school tomorrow. Is that okay? Yeah, but you have to go with her. Dorian sighed. Okay. He turned to Asta as he leaned back with his hands behind his head. I'll meet you at your school, he said. Didn't you say our school were like 2 miles apart? Asta looked curiously, wondering if he was used to walking long distances. I have money. I can take a cab. Didn't you say cabs were expensive here? Asta whined. It's expensive for you. I have a job, so I can do what I want. Fine, but don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me, Dorian shot back teasingly. Asta snickered at him. Asta's phone rang, but she was too tired to bother. She thought she could ignore it and just not get up, but the loud breedle, the loud breedle was too much breedle. What the fuck does that mean? The fuck is breedle? Wait, hold on, chat. I need to look up a word. Google define breedle. Even breedle doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Sorry, Google. No, not a brittle. Breedle. Is it even an actual word? I think I mistyped. Like I said, chat, this is not beta read. We're dying like men here. Fuck beta reading. I read this I wrote this like how many years ago? I'm not gonna take the time to like write this shit properly. I'm too lazy. She quickly rolled over to her stomach and stretched out her arm to grab her phone. She held it up to her face to check the time, turning off the alarm in the process. She groaned as she got up and dragged herself to the closet, where get clothes for today were hanging perfectly on the door handle. God, I love English. After she got dressed and combed her hair and brushed her teeth, she walked to the kitchen where Dorian stood, rummaging through the fridge. Good morning, Asta. Dorian looked up at her, somewhat surprised that he had not heard her coming. Oh, good morning. He continued going through the fridge before he came out behind the door with a handful of green grapes. Don't forget, you have to go with me after school, he groaned, an unmistakable expression of botheration on his face. I don't know if botheration is a real word, but we ball. You said you would, she reminded him. I know, I'll come. Asa rode the bus quietly with earbuds. It was half an hour before she would arrive at school, and the ride was awfully boring. She passed by towering buildings of glass and brick. There were buildings similar back in Akur- Akureyri. Akureyri. I tried my best. But they were so much more mesmerizing in New York. More students loaded the bus, but she paid no mind. She was drowsy from sleep, and music blasted into her eardrums while her eyes were staring distantly at whatever was in front of her. Once the bus stopped in front of the school, she took her headphones out and walked in. She remembered the walk to her first class, which wasn't as hard as she thought. On her way, she saw Mrs. Umbridge and waved enthusiastically at her. She waved back at Asta with her friendly smile. She continued on to class and walked in. The seats were different, the rows of desks now bunched into groups of four. She slowly walked in, the confusion from the new seating arrangement settling in. She rushed over to where she saw Jason and sat down beside him. Good morning, Asta said. Hi. Mrs. Brooks said I can come with you guys to Dongmin's restaurant, but I have to bring my brother. You have a brother? A host brother. He goes to a different school though. They didn't accept exchange students there. What school does he go to? 156. Just casually. Numbers. Jason Goo Jason goggle-eyed face was enough to express the sense of shock he was in. PS 156 was about a mile away. It was a 20-minute walk, 30 at most. But walking a mile through crowds of students and adults being dispelled by their respective places and crossing streets during rush hour would be a hassle. That's a long walk. About 45 minutes once everyone's let out from school, Jason weakly uttered. His school gets off before hours, Asta replied, and he said he was taking a taxi. Jason nodded. Just then the bell rang. Jason's mouth was agape as he was planning to say something, but the bell frightened him to a halt. How many pages did I fucking write of this? Okay, I have like 2 more pages after this. Loki, I'm like kind of tired. I want to go to like a different thing that I wrote. Asta, Dorian, Dongmin, and Jason. Wait, did I skip something? Yeah, the entire school day. I skipped the entire school day. Nice going, Pog. Less repetition in the routine. Asta, Dorian, and Dongmin and Jason sat at the Lee family's restaurant waiting for the beef bone stew Asta ordered. Dorian made surprisingly easy friends with Jason. The two talked and laughed while Asta and Dongmin debated on the location of different countries, because evidently they both don't know basic geography. That's fun. As the two conversations continued, the bell rang, signaling someone entering. Jason was the only one to look up. Sungil, he explained. Sungil walked in with his brother, following, and he seemed tentative, not quite knowing what to make of the new people who were sitting with his friends. He linked his arm with his brothers and walked over to the group. Sup, who are they? He looked at Asta and Dorian almost cautiously. That's Asta, and this is her host brother, Dorian, Jason introduced. They both waved at him. That's Sungil, but he likes to go by Simon. And that's his younger brother, Jihyun. He's blind. Oh wait, that's just part of the introduction for Jihyun. Poor boy, he is more than his blindness. Oh, Asta's that exchange student you said you were showing around, Jihyun said enthusiastically. Jason nodded, even though he knew Jihyun couldn't see. Yeah, that's the one. The two brothers sat down at the table next to each other. Jihyun set his walking stick down, to which Sungil had to move so it wouldn't be in the way of others. You're from Iceland, right? Jihyun asked. Yeah, I'm from Akureyri. I like your accent. Thanks, I like yours too. Dongmin tried to hold in a laugh while everyone looked slightly confused at her. After all, she was the one with the accent. Asa returned the confusing look to the others, wanting an explanation for their faces. Asta, you're in America. As far as we're concerned, you're the one with the accent, Dongmin said, his stifled laughs finally letting up. Shut up, Asta retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. So, why did you want to come to America? Jihyun asked curiously. Why not Germany or something? Asta chuckled at the question. To be honest, I wanted to go to Spain, but all the slots were full, and my second choice was America. Nice to know we weren't your first option, Dongmin said in an offended tone. Shows how much you really like our culture, Sungil added. I had the same reaction when she told me, Dorian said. It makes it feel like we're disappointments, doesn't it? Dongmin replied. He nodded in response. A little. Asta folded her arms and slumped back in her chair. I hate you guys. Dongmin smiled teasingly at her and replied, We hate you too. Oh, how sweet, she said sarcastically. Dongmin's mom had finally came around, holding Asta's beef bone stew. It looked just like the picture, and the very sight of it was making her mouth water. Thank you, Mrs. Lee. She smiled sweetly at the girl. No problem. If the boys are causing you any trouble, just tell me. Dongmin rolled his eyes at the warning his mother gave her, though he knew very well that it was for good reason. He couldn't help but feel that it was unnecessary. I will, Mrs. Lee. Sorry, no, I will. Mrs. Lee walked by and the twins waved at her. She stopped and pointed at Sungil, especially this one. The table laughed and snickered at Sungil. She continued on and Dongmin turned to Asta. I can already tell you're my mom's favorite now. That's probably because she's a girl, Sungil added. She probably isolated you for what you said last time. Unlike unlike the whole unlike the whole of the table, Dorian and Asta didn't know what had happened last time, but Asta was too preoccupied with eating to bother with the question. So the responsibility was moved to Dorian. What did you say last time? The guys at the table looked at one another, then at Asta, who was eating her food in bliss. Should we say it with her here? Dongyeol asked. Jason shrugged. Just whisper it. Jihyun suggested. Jason, who was sitting by Dorian, whispered the crude words that Sungo had spoken before. This caused him to laugh loudly, making even Asta freeze mid-bite as she looked at him as if he were crazy. I'm like so looking forward to be done with this. What the hell was that? She asked as she continued looking at him strangely. Sorry, Dorian replied, trying his best not to laugh. They said something funny. What did they say? It's a guy thing. You don't need to know. What, does it have something to do with your dicks? Everyone was baffled, close to the point of being speechless. The hell, Dorian muttered as he looked at her with a tilted head. I didn't know you said stuff like that, Dongmin exclaimed. He was quite excited about it, or the reason that the seemingly innocent, sheltered foreigner actually had the guts to say something like that. Out of all of the out of all of the responses, one managed to shock Asta the most. How did you know? Sungil looked at her in genuine awe. What were you guys talking about? I told him about it. I don't know how to fucking write English. What the fuck? I told him about this. I got in trouble for saying it. For saying that I. He stopped himself and looked around to make sure that he wouldn't get caught again. I stuck my dick in a guy. This is so stupid. Asta was staggered by what he said and nearly choked on her food. What the hell I'm eating, she accused. You wanted to know, you should have told me after I ate. Too late, you have to finish it, Dongmin said, pushing the bowl closer to her. Shut up. She kept eating. It would make more than a crude subject to get rid of her appetite. These are the people you're going to have to deal with for a year, Jason said. Yay, she replied sarcastically. So, how's homeschool going for you? Dongmin asked the twins. Boring, said Jaehyun, sinking into his seat. You can't handle public school, Sungil said in return. Okay, he replied submissively as he sat back down. Sorry, as he sat back up. He's not that helpless, Dongmin said, rolling his eyes. Took the words right out of Jason's mouth. Let the kid meet some new people. He'll be lonely and weird if you don't, Asta added. Wait, Asta, why are you getting into this? This is not your conversation. Sungil glared at her. It was subtle to everyone but her, but she ignored it, acting as if she were too dense to notice. No, I won't. Sungil will be there. You think he'll be there forever? Jihyun's face saddened, his eyes his eyes fitting as if he were being scolded. Sungil's eyes were burning into her more and more with each word she spoke. That's what he told me. She gawked at him, baffled by his state of mind. What are you, 7? She asked in amazement, trying her best not to sound as if. Sorry, Jihyun's voice was soft and quiet. Don't be sorry, it's just. Simon, seriously, let the poor kid go out. She does not need to be in the middle of these two people's like personal lives. But also this is kind of how the main conflict kind of comes into play. So Asta's like worldview and perspective is like he's blind but he's still of like a fully independent person. He's just as capable as anyone else. He just happens to be blind. And that's like conflicting with Sungil's like perspective on his brother. And then also Jihyun's own issues. So then that creates the clash. Oh right. Did I decide not to go the romantic route with them? Did I just decide to go like they have a clash in like values and perspectives? And then that kind of like challenges because then afterwards will kind of eat away at Jihyun's um at Jihyun, and then it will also challenge Sungil's perspective. Yeah, I don't know how that would kind of work out in the long run once we get to like the peak of the conflict and then a resolution. But one thing for sure, this is definitely not going to be a happy story for anyone involved. Someone's definitely getting hurt, I think. I think that was the plan when I wrote this. Oh man. Did I write any stories with any actual good endings? Don't be sorry. It's just Songmin. Seriously, let the poor kid go out. He has the mental age of a 7-year-old, and actual 7-year-olds are arguably more mature than this. Shit, Dongmin whispered under his breath. Sungil's deadly glare at Asta was no longer subtle. Everyone in the table could see it, and everyone could feel the underlying murderous intent exuding from him. Oh shit, that's it. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed the cliffhanger. On to the next story. Go on. Nothing special. I think it's just named after the character. Oh, look. I think I was practicing stage writing. Or writing it as if it were, like, for theater. Or maybe I got lazy and didn't want to write paragraphs. Either way, it looks like it was written for a stage play. Very interesting. Prologue. Tamiko closes a thin child's book and places it in the nightstand that holds a candle next to Goon's bed. Goon is peacefully sleeping under yellow bed sheets. He has the potential to be a great king, just like his father. I can feel it. Tamiko places a kiss on Goon's head before blowing out the candle and walking out. She walks to Noah's study. Stacks of books litter the floor, and the wall was covered in bookshelves. He's working diligently, writing important documents. Tamika smiles at the sight and walks closer. Tamika. Noah looks surprisingly at Tamika. How are the papers coming along? Have you gotten stressed out yet? Not yet. How's Goon? Is he down? Yeah, he reminds me a lot of you, especially when we were young. He reminds me a lot too. Do you think if we left this kingdom to Goon, the people will be alright? They're traditional, and they don't take fondly of strange things. I wrote a lot about certain topics, didn't I? Mixed children being one of them. Tamika walks behind Noah and hugs him, laying her head on Noah's head. Goen's a strong kid. He has you to teach him, and once they see how much of an amazing ruler like you he is, they'll be fine. Noah pauses. He'll be fine. 7 years later. Gosh, the time jump. Goa's running from his mother, who's chasing him. Goen turns the corner too early and hits the wall. Goen, I told you to stop running. Tamika grabs Goen by the arm and pulls him to her, checking his head. A bruise is visible. How did you run right into that wall? Tamika sighs in disappointment. This causes Goen to smile. Does that mean I get to skip the meeting thing? How else do you expect to get treated? Goen jumps around silently. Tamika pokes his head, causing him to squirm in pain. Stop! Don't think you're free. There are a lot more things I planned for you to attend. Goen gets dizzy and leans against Tamika. Come on, let's get you to Keita before it gets worse. Change scene to Goen's bedroom. Then should there not have been another change scene with the 7 years later? Well, I guess, no. Yeah. A large room painted a pastel yellow. His bed was a deep. It's like in present tense, but also in past tense sometimes. The writing, like the large room painted, a large room painted a pastel yellow. His bed was a deep blue. Tamika walks going over to the corner of his room. Like these are incomplete. These are just tenses everywhere. Ah. Tamika walks Gohan over to the corner of his room where a small lounge area exists. Tamika sits Gohan down on a maroon chair. I'll go get Keita. Tamika returns shortly with Keita, who tries to hold back his laughs after seeing Gohan. He holds a first aid kit in his hands. Tamika hits him on the back of his head, and Gohan laughs at Keita. I brought you here to treat my son, not to laugh at him. Yes, ma'am. Sorry for my inappropriate behavior. Keita bows before walking over to Gohan. He laughs a little, and Tamika holds her eyes. Tamika, you two are so childish. I can expect Gohan, but really, Keita? Hey, he's only 2 years older than me. Wait, how old is everyone here? Tamika walks out and closes the door. Gohan looks at Keita, and there is a moment of silence before they both begin laughing. The Queen's mad. What'd you run from this time? A meeting with these people I could care less about. I think you mean couldn't care less about. How can you run into a wall? You can see, right? Gohan frowns at Keita tended to his injuries. Keita opened the first aid. He removes a cotton ball, rubbing alcohol in a band-aid to tend to Gohan's injuries. He pours alcohol onto the cotton ball and dabs it on Gohan's bruises. Gohan flinches and scowls at him. Be careful. Keita ignores him and continues with his task. Aren't you going to say sorry? Demandingly. Sorry. Keita finishes his task in silence and leaves the room. Gohan has a giant bandage on his forehead. How I managed to run straight into a wall? I could have sworn that I missed it. Gohan leaves his room. Who should I bother next? My parents are in the meeting and Keita's already getting on my nerves. I didn't I didn't feel like reading a book and I already been to the garden too many times. Maybe I should explore town a little. Gohan rushes to one of the guards with a big smile on his face. They decline and Gohan drags himself back to his room. He decides to reread one of his favorite books. The cover looks like that of an adventure book. A story that follows people who are far from royalty has always interested me. It was like taking a look into an unfamiliar and interesting world. My dad would always talk about his life before he met Mother, and as much as a struggle as it sounded, it also gave the impression of an adventure. Gohan begins reading, and after a short while, Noah, Gohan's father, walks in. Hi, Dad. Noah, your mother told me what happened. Gohan closes his book. I know. Noah examines the patch on Gohan's head, grabbing it and moving it every which way. Gohan ignores it. Is the meeting done? Why would you run into a wall to avoid attending a meeting? Gohan scowls at his father. I didn't do it on purpose. It was an accident. I just happened to run into the wall. Noah laughs at him and lets go of his face. Only you would do something like that. He ruffles Gohan's hair, but Gohan pushes it off. Where's Mom? She's still talking to the others. I'm bored. Can I walk around the city? Such a needy child. And do what? Get in trouble? It's dangerous. Gohan frowns and crosses his arms. It's not my fault. I'm not on the people's good sides. They hated me before I was even born. I'm not saying that it's your fault. I'm saying that it's dangerous. Then make it safe. You are the king, aren't you? Gohan, you're already annoying as fuck. Noah shakes his head in disapproval and sighs at his son's ignorant remark. It's not that easy. I have to care about the people and what they want as well. You'll understand when you're older. Gohan rolls his eyes and looks away. I'm sure I will, but I'm not older, so let me whine. Noah looks at his son, seemingly contemplating something. Due to the quiet atmosphere, Gohan looks over his shoulder to see his father deep in thought. You should have gone to the meeting. Gohan looks at him annoyed for bringing up the meeting once more. Why? We were talking, and the topic of you traveling to another kingdom came up. Gohan's eyes lit up. Really? Why? Noah smiles at Gohan's enthusiasm. Gohan notices and tries to calm himself down. A party is in need of our attendance, mainly yours. Why do they want me there? A certain princess is in need of a prince. Gon tilted his head, not completely comprehending the situation. It's not arranged, is it? Noah shakes his head. I wouldn't do that to you. Though, it will be if you accept her to be your wife in the future. She must be eh? Ah, she must be Sinoan. If I can marry her then. Noah looked visibly unsettled by the fact that that was Gowen's conclusion, no matter how rational. What is the political state of this world that I have written? She is, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But it would still be in our best interest to attend, for the sake of them as our ally. Oh, is it because they're allies? Gowen nods, understanding the importance of at least his presence. When is it? In a week. I should go. Why do I feel like things keep flying into my throat? In a week. I should go now. I have some matters to address. Noah walks out and Gowen stands up to follow, stopping at the door as his father continues out. Once he was alone again, he looks back to the book he was previously reading and decides to place it back on the shelf. I think it's time for me to go to the garden again. Gowen walks to the garden and opens the door to the veranda that looked out onto the garden and the far-off horizon. Gowen follows the smith stone path and and walks through the clan scenery of plants. He takes in a deep breath and shivers from a cold that shouldn't even be possible in the heat. He looks around confused, wondering what it was. Prologue Part 2. Basilia. No, sorry. Basilissa. Vasilisa? Vasilisa sounds better. A large man enters the home, tracking snow, taking snow, making its way. Okay. Whatever you say, Tiny Pog. You do whatever with that English you had back then. Vasilisa. Cedric. Vasali. You wouldn't believe the storm that cooked up out there. He slammed the door closed with a jolly smile on his face. Vasali was reading a book near an oil lamp. There's always a snowstorm, but this one is worse than usual. We might not be able to practice this time. Sarek gives a gentle pat on Vasali's head as he takes off his winter jacket. No, not Vasali. Vasily. 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 Okay. Vasily looked up at him in disbelief. But you promised. Oh, is Vasily more like a nickname? I know I did, and I will teach you just as I said I would, but not today. You'll have to stick with the smaller spells you can do inside. But I've mastered all those spells. I want to start doing bigger things. And that's it. Buried within the snow. Speaking of snow, we're reading a story I wrote about being buried within the snow. Very, very interesting. Also, I fucking wrote too damn much as a kid, bro. I am genuinely just pages of this shit. Okay, buried within the snow. Eh, well, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. Oh, that's better. A tall structure laid in the bed. It was curled up. It was curled up to a small ball that you could tell from his height from his legs. The blue and gray comforter covered his face, a pale face that held small black orbs. Oh, sorry. I got black orbs. Okay. I see the fanfiction terminology has made its way now into my vocabulary. That's nice. His name was Dorian, not the same Dorian from the other one. I I like to reuse names at some point. At some point, wait, no, I remember there was this web comic called fuck. What was it called? It was so good, bro. It was called I forgot what it was called, but it had two characters who were witches called Dorian and Danny. And they were like siblings who were witches, and then they missed the school bus to witch school, and then it turned into like this entire fucking magical adventure of them trying to overthrow their parents. Because magical rebellion. And I think I wrote this when I was into that story, so I was reusing the name. So I was using the name Dorian a lot. I think that's what was happening. Because distinctly remember using Dorian's name because he came from that comic and I really liked it. His name was Dorian, and as he suddenly raised from his position in fear, he calmed down, coming to his senses. He ran his fingers black through his plain black hair, whose blue highlights were somehow existent in the dark, poorly lit room. Dorian sat in his bed groggy and dazed as the cold stung him. His body shivered from the cold as he wiped his eyes and looked around the messy apartment. All the rooms were essentially connected, with no walls or doors separating them, with the exception of the bathroom. The walls were painted yellow. Just say it was a studio apartment, Pog. Like, come on. That's clearly a studio apartment you're fucking describing. The walls were painted yellow, a color that complemented blue the blue and gray comforter he was afraid to remove from his body. As he as his blurred vision cleared, he noticed the mass frost and ice that had completely engulfed his window. Like an epidemic, it had spread everywhere across the room. The walls, floor, and any object in its way was affected. As Dorian fearfully removed the covers from over him, he winced as the cold air attacked him at full force, in spite of the somewhat thick layers of clothing he wore to sleep that night, thanks to the forever decreasing temperature of last night. He lifted himself up and attempted to stand, but as his sock-covered foot touched the ground, or touched the floor, a feeling of 1,000 needles had emerged and ran up his leg. He instantly retracted from the sensation and held his foot. He was now too afraid to get out of bed. I look away once and I lose my place. All he could do was sit there and revel in the unexpected turn of events, wondering if he could do anything. Dorian turned back to the window, seeing its hazy and dark bluish white view. Panic ensued him as he began to realize that he and a good half of the building was snowed in. In a hurry, he dressed himself, putting on more layers of clothing, as well as the thickest pair of socks he owned, and 2 gloves. He reached for the door, then hesitated, thinking to see the worst be behind it. He took a deep breath of cold air, and placed his hand on the knob and twisted it, only to be met with struggle. Damn that lady, he thought. What lady? Oh, the landlady would often oil the doors in the building because they were easily susceptible to creaking. People had began complaining about it, so she made it a practice. He banged against the door, but he was too weak from his morning grogginess. Dorian had concluded that he would properly prepare for the day, if he could, before resorting to an activity that requires physical strength. He did as so. However, the shower didn't produce any hot water, oh you poor soul, for him to bathe under. He had no choice but to skip that detail of his day, as he would probably get frostbite from the water paired with the cold air. Once Dorian regained his energy, he marched towards the door and slammed his body against it. It moved a little more than it did before, showing Dorian the fruit of his labor. He did it again, the pain in his arm throbbing. He thought he heard the hinges break. Uh, one more try. He thought as he prepared to run into the door one more time. He rushed into the door, successfully breaking the door off its hinges. That was a little much, my guy. Now you're not going to have privacy. The halls of the building were in far worse shape than his apartment. The floor was covered in snow. Most of the building was... Wait, really? How would that work? Most of the building was near the window. Wait, what? Most of the building up... Huh? The snow was covered in snow. Most of the building up was near the window, which was left open. Oh no, and completely blocked out by snow. Doors to most of the rooms were open. He grabbed onto some of them, finding them empty. They were messy and some of the snow made its way into them. Dorian thought, what happened to everyone? Where were they? And where did they go? The most terrifying question he asked himself was, why wasn't he with them? Dorian ran back to his room and scrambled to find his phone. Wait. Once he found it resting upon the kitchen counter on the charger, he called every contact he could, hoping someone would answer, and they didn't freeze to death in their sleep. He slowly began to hyperventilate as panic ensued. He banged against every closed door he passed. Behind all of them were silence. No one yelled. And when he was on the third floor, he didn't hear... Wait, what? No one... Yeah. Behind them Behind all of them were silence. No one yelled, and when he was on his third door, he didn't hear the click or wiggle of a doorknob as someone struggled to answer his calls. Dorian felt as if he were going crazy. He couldn't be alone. He just couldn't. There had to be someone else who was left behind, but there wasn't. The only They only left the dead behind, and him with them. Dorian referred back to the window. He wondered how far up the snow outside went, and what the state of the building, and what the state of the for like the fourth time this stream, I would like to apologize, chat, for being illiterate and not knowing how to both speak and write. Again, I promise, English is my first language. I was born and raised with this language. And I think that's what makes me so bad at it. I digress. Back to the story. Dorian referred back to the window. He wondered how far up the snow outside went, and what the state of the other two floors under him were like. He trudged through the snow as fast as he could towards the stairs and ran to the fourth floor. He examined its window to see that it was still covered in snow and ice. However, it was closed. He ran again. The fifth floor, that being the highest floor in the building. Dorian prayed that the entire building wasn't completely buried underneath all the snow. Once he opened the fifth floor, he looked at the window in both despair and hope. Only the very top of the window was a blinding white that shined into the halls, contrasting with the cool blue from the snow. The roof was still clear, but it was also still snowing. He rushed to the top, almost slipping many times before pushing the roof entrance open. Barging out into the open, the wind knocked him back. Dorian studied the area. It was like a white winter wasteland, with buildings buried deep in the snow. The snowfall was beating down on the earth. It was intense and strong. Dorian retreated to the safety of the building. He slammed the door closed, as if it were going to help in the catastrophe any faster. What am I going to do? He questioned. Dorian was left alone. and had no idea where to go. He wasn't sure if he could even survive the snowstorm that was raging outside. His stomach growled. It was time to eat. He sulkily went back to his apartment and sat down. He needed something warm. He opened the fridge and searched through everything. His eyes shifted to the large brown cardboard box that sat on the second shelf of the refrigerator. The word pizza was written across the top in white. He took the box out and opened it. Half the pizza from the all-nighter he pulled still there. It looked exactly as it was, cold and stale. For some reason, as he transferred the pizza onto a plate, he felt extremely lonely. He was he was used to the feeling. He had moved away from his parents a year ago for college. He lived alone. But with every meager person that used to be about their business around him gone, the feeling of existential loneliness was inevitable. He hung his head low as his meal warmed up in the microwave. For Dorian, depression hits hard, and it was doing exactly that. His thoughts drifted between each other abstractly, with no real relation. Once the microwave beeped, it snapped him out of his hypnotic state. He took the plate out and began eating. The bread was chewy and a little tough. Dorian didn't like when pizza was like that, but he had no right to complain at the time. He decided to pay no mind to it and continued to eat. Tears were forming in his eyes. He tried to force them to stay, but they eventually fell. Shit, Dorian said softly as he wiped the tears away. He honestly had no idea why he was crying. It may have been the existential crisis he was having from feeling like the last man on earth, or the texture of the pizza he was biting into coupled with depression. Either way, he had every right to cry. He just didn't know that. It was for that reason that he felt pathetic. He glanced over at the window and lost his appetite, picking up his half-eaten pizza and walked over to the trash can. He dropped it, letting it fall to the bottom of the dustbin. He turned to the television. It gave him the bleary idea to watch the news. Maybe there still was something about. Maybe there will be something about what's happening. He thought as he went on his phone and researched the news. Slow down, Pog. I need to fucking read. Like, I actually know how to read. Once he made it onto the website, he found the weather report. According to it, meteorologists never expected the weather to get so out of control. There was a red warning appearing on the screen. A snowstorm warning predicting snow to reach a height that was obviously greater than Dorian's apartment building and suggests all civilians to follow military personnel. Military personnel? He questioned, cocking his head to the right out of confusion. That means they had to have come last night. But why didn't I hear them? Did they leave me on purpose? Was I so focused on studying that I didn't hear them? Did I sleep through it? Those questions raced through Dorian's mind, while he paced back and forth. He was pulling his hair out. His concerns held a considerable amount of stress that did nothing but weigh down on him like gravity. His knees weakened as he crumbled on the cold ground. Tears streamed down his face on a way that made it seem boundless. He broke down. This was too much for him to handle. He wanted everyone to come back. No one was answering his calls. No one was around. They were all just somewhere, living, assuming he was dead, forgetting. Dorian had already come up with the thought of going outside. He had to. The whole building, including the roof, would be buried. However, he knew he wasn't an adventurer, nor a hero in a book. He couldn't leave and just expect this big and glorious journey with a happy ending. It was going to be difficult and deadly. He knew that. He's a realist. He had to prepare. He stood to his feet, wiping the tears away, regretting the breakdown, no matter how good it was for him, because the wet tears felt as if they were turning to ice on his face. Dorian had to secure provisions for the venture. Sadly, he had to scavenge for them around the building. He didn't have enough in his own apartment to last him a day outside. Not to mention he had limited time until the building was completely buried. He didn't know when that would happen, but just that it would. He grabbed his backpack by the door and emptied it off his school books and binders. Dorian was smart. He knew exactly what he needed to survive in these sort of conditions, for the simple fact that it was common sense combined with his extensive knowledge. He there he threw the bag over his back and walked out his room into the next one. He scanned the room for the kitchen and marched straight in once he found it. He searched through cabinets, pantry, and the refrigerator. When Dorian opened the pantry, his eyes lit up from more than just its light. Unlike his, this was packed with food. Bread, snacks, cereals. It was all there. But he couldn't get some of them. Some of them would only manage so long in the cold. He picked up a box of fruit snacks and dumped them in his bag, along with granola bars, bags of cereal, and dry oatmeal. While collecting food, he spotted a bag of marshmallows and grabbed them. He looked at them curiously as they gave him an idea. He To give him an idea he could only comprehend. Once the idea came to mind, the moment of enlightenment could be seen on his face. He stuffed the marshmallows in his bag and gathered all the boxes he had thrown on the floor. As he racked, as he raced back to his apartment, even I'm confused. What is bro thinking? He rummaged through a messily kept drawer for anything that could work as an insulator. Oh look, he's being smart. He knew one thing that could possibly work well: aluminum foil, and, in addition, anything with air pockets. Additional information was courtesy of the marshmallows he had picked up. However, Dorian could not think of whether it was possible to find anything like that. He thought hard. Dorian hit his head repeatedly as he paced to and fro, as if that was going to help. He froze in place as sudden realization hit him. The whole building was filled with insulators. Wait, Dorian thought, no, it's not. It was made in the 1890s. They didn't use insulators back then. Dorian scowled at himself for thinking such a stupid thought. For now, he had aluminum to work with. He wrapped the inside of the build. He wrapped the inside of his bag with aluminum and stapled it so it could stay in place. To insulate the bag? Oh, we stopped there. Great. I was kind of cringing from Dorian's intelligence there. Next one is pixels. Okay, wait, so I actually have really interesting information about pixels. So, pixels is kind of a three-parter. I wrote essentially the same story on three separate documents in three separate times, if that makes sense. So Pixels, I think, was technically the second one I wrote. I think I wrote The Game No One Wins first. And then I wrote Pixels. And then I wrote Betrayal Within the Party, I think. But yeah, so this is all essentially the same story, but it was written in three different separate occasions, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it's kind of been split up and it will be inconsistent. But it's the same story, so there will be like it kind of connects. Slayer crouched in the corner of the storage, going through the games the shop had in stock. He searched confused, as if he could have sworn they had the game in stock. It couldn't have sold out. As he searched, he came across a box that was sealed. Oh wait, I gave it a very Jumanji-esque beginning. If anybody remembers how like Jumanji starts, especially in the movie. Kind of that like, oh, you find this mysterious board game. Ooh. It kind of has that beginning. He thought it could have been another box filled with games and didn't hesitate to pull out his Swiss Army knife and cut it open. As he did, it was filled with antiques and odd objects. He managed to stumble upon a game case that was blank. When he opened it, it was a DVD entitled Unnamed Game 5.8. He picked it up and stood up, finding the box of games he was looking for in the process. As Sawyer waited for the person to come for their next shift, he searched on the computer for the game he had found. He even searched the storage room for anything he might have missed, such as another game similar to the one he had, or even the cover for the case, but he had no luck. The person came and he left once the others had time stamped. Sawyer left and hurried home in a rush to find out what the game he had was. The moment he had arrived, he marched straight into his room, ignoring his dad, and prepared to start the game. He rolled his eyes in annoyance as he was interrupted from playing the game before he could even start. Oh wait, fuck, I skipped an entire paragraph. I know I did it. It just feels like I did. What? He rushed out to the living room to see his dad cooking. "You're not going to say hi to your dad?" he said in his cheery voice. He was a middle-aged man and had the energy of someone still in their early 20s. "Sorry, I'm kinda tired from work," Sawyer replied. "Food will be done soon. I'm not hungry. You sure?" "Yeah, I'm just tired. I'm going to bed." Sawyer didn't question his state, as he was someone who commonly claimed himself tired. "Okay." Sawyer rushed back to his room and sneered the disc. The title screen appeared and he was instantly drawn to it. The graphics memorized him, as it resembled a scene from a live-action movie. It was difficult for him to think that it was so just animated. English. It was a calm meadow with a small group of no more than 6 people watching the sky. I grabbed my mouse. Okay, we're going to first person now. Okay. I grabbed my mouse and pressed the start button. Prepare to get sucked into a world of adventure. Let's start. Just then the screen began to glitch. Sawyer began to panic as the thought of the stupid disc containing a virus or something. What resembled a summoning circle appeared on the screen as the background continued to glitch. He began to calm down, honking that it was part of the game. Brother, I don't think it's part of the game. Sawyer slowly opened his eyes to see the ceiling. It was barely visible. Hold on. I need to check something. Okay. It was barely visible, which was normal, as not much light ever managed through his thick curtains. He felt something on his head and placed a hand on his head, feeling a cold, damp cloth lying there. Confused, Sawyer grabbed it and sat up, receiving a split ring, a, s- a s- a splitting migraine in the process. He groaned in pain and slumped back down, but it was too late, and it wasn't going away. The door opened with a click and his eyes instantly shifted towards it. Eh? A boy no older than him walked in and his eyes widened. His heart quickened as his head became scrambled with thoughts. He looked around the room, taking into account the smaller details a bit more. He realized the faint red and orange coming from the window and the wooden ceiling. The settling fact that he was no longer home was too much for him as he began to slightly shake in fear. Why are like all of the characters I write low-key kind of bitches? Like, I need to write someone who's just straight up not just brave. I just need to write someone who's brave for once. Oh, you're awake, asked the boy inquisitively. Are you okay? He continued. I found you passed out in the forest. Who are you? Where am I? Sawyer asked in a panic as he darted his eyes this way and that. Calm down first, you're shaking. He walked up to him and gently placed his hands on his shoulders. Although he in his mind had no intent of calming down any time soon, his heart proceeded to slow down. Sawyer's breaths were less shallow and his body relaxed. He was practically fighting to get all worked up, but it was to no avail. Not with the boy's hand on him. I'm Matthias. You're in my house, he said. Could this possibly be Matthias Cernan's house? Matthias Cernan from the hit asymmetrical horror game Identity V? One of the two characters who I main. About to be three as I learned Matador. I love Matador, he's so fun. He watched as Sawyer stared at his surroundings, as though he believed it was all a dream. What's your name? He was still silent. He didn't know if it was because he didn't want to answer the question, or if he was simply wasn't paying attention to him. What's your name? He repeated. He had leaned in a little closer to him, and when he focused on him, they were close. At least to him. He stuttered. Boom. Um, Cliffhanger. Fuck, I forgot the word. I ruined the effect. Anyway, cliffhanger for Pixels, but not really because we're going on to the game No One Wins. And before I get there, I kind of want to get a drink because I'm talking a lot and this is doing numbers on my throat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna take a little break. No, not a break. I'm just gonna get a drink. If I can't find the thing. Here we go. Okay. BRB chat. Hello, I've returned. I got a drink and I took a little bathroom break because yeah, we're gonna be here a minute anyway. We're gonna be here for a minute as I regret all of my decisions in life. Okay, that's the wrong tab. Let's go back to the story. Again, the game no one wins is what I called this one. Hallie was sprawled on the ground, her head aching and pounding. Ooh, finally, one with a female protagonist again. The pain feeling clearer every passing second. Suddenly, the grass that grazed her hand and arms were sharp. Too sharp, like needles lazily pricking at her skin. She sat up, the sensation growing on her palms, but she paid no mind as she drank in her as he drank her surroundings in, which was awfully unfamiliar. The open field of lively greens and dead browns scattered about. She wondered what had happened to the neglected bed she was sitting on, messy and in need of new sheets. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Are we looking? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? These are two very different settings. Hold on. Suddenly, the grass that grazed her hands and arms were sharp. Okay, wait. Yeah, so we're in this paragraph, we're in a field. She wondered what had happened to the neglected bed she was sitting on, messy and in need of new sheets. The old discolored carpet that had endured years of defiling, more than she had been more than she had been alive. Okay. Wait, huh? The old okay, this body off-white ceiling. Oh, okay, now I understand what's happening here. Okay, so this is where she currently is. And then she's like recalling this is like the description of her room. Okay. I'm seeing where my brain was going now. She wondered what had happened to the neglected bed she was sitting on, messy and in need of new sheets. The old discolored carpet that had endured years of defiling, more than she had been alive. The spotty off-white ceiling that she stared at so much growing up, that she had her own list of consolations that she could spot with just a simple glance of the corner of her eye. It all disappeared and fallen into the earth, to reveal a world that had never attempted to peek. Hmm? It had all disappeared and fallen into the earth, to reveal a world that was never attempted to peek in from outside her window. She expected it all to be a dream, for her mother to barge in at any moment, screaming until her body jolted into consciousness, and mindlessly fell into the routine of her life. That was until she had caught a glimpse of her hands, revealing in how perfectly real they looked, how the slightest change in the wind seemed to register in her mind. Then her mother never came. The world she thought she dreamt up was feeling too real, her breaths feeling too full and the pain in her head throbbing too harshly. The panic was starting to sink in, and as it did, her breaths were, shrink, were shrinking with each terrifying thought. With the rush of the leaves, she shakily stood up, her feet not knowing where to go. A shadow emerged from the trees that crowded around the field. Halia could hear her heart beating against her chest with a feverish aggression. As the shadows fell to her feet, she saw a man with dull pink hair standing seemingly as still as her. She couldn't help but stare. She couldn't stop but stare with her eyes wide open and feet heavy with fear, planting them into the ground for comfort. It didn't take but a second, a blink of her eyes, for him to appear right before her very eyes. Okay. Repeating the same word in the sentence like that is, oh, so annoying. Halia jumped back, gasping from the scare. It was the first time her feet had moved from the ground since she got up, but they still remained in place. Despite Halia begging for them to move, she was only met with terrifying trembling that was beginning to crawl up her legs and spread throughout her body. "Do you need help?" he asked, though Halia had long since been rendered speechless. It wasn't hard for him to read her horrified state, the shaking and silence speaking volumes to him, and the nostalgia that stemmed meeting from this chance meeting only added to from his carefulness when speaking to her. Nostalgia. That implies this is reminding you of something. "Don't be scared. I'm Joshua. What's your name?" He was met with a deadly silence as Halia struggled to get the words to leave her mouth. Joshua sighed before he spoke. "You don't have to answer that yet. You look sick. I own a potion shop in the town. I'll take you there so you can rest." He gently reached out to her, taking her shoulder into his hand and slowly guiding her to the town. "Where am I?" Halia blurted out as they made their way out of the field. He smiled at her sudden bravery, wanting to commend her for getting a whole sentence out before the town was even in sight. "Rosewind." Halia took a breath as she heard the word. She recognized the name. "Infali, right?" Joshua smiled, finding humor in her utter confusion. "You say it like you aren't Infali," he said. Halia looked back at him, her eyebrows raised unevenly and her mouth slightly agape. Joshua simply smiled at her expression. "Don't worry, we'll be there soon, and you can tell me why you look lost in the middle of a forest." Joshua didn't lie. It was only 10 minutes of walking through the thorny thicket of the forest for the quaint town garnished in delicate colors to appear before them. One would think there was some sort of festival going on with how beautifully adorned even the simplest buildings were. Petals falling nearly every second and calming green overreaching everything. It was oddly alluring for an arrangement that was normally described as overrun and festive. But it worked. There was a reason the town had a flower in its name, and it gave reason to the name the moment your eyes set upon it. The fear that plagued Talia had retreated to the back of her mind. Her eyes were busy, glancing at this and that as she passed them by. Joshua was admittedly amused. He looked at her and smiled, feeling as if she would run off like a child to stare at everything just a little bit closer. As he stopped, his hand that guided didn't until as he stopped, his hand that guided didn't until he kept it in place, causing Halia to jerk back where his grip stayed. "This is it," he said plainly, though he was proud gaping at the growing gap in her mouth as she looked at the shop in awe. The shop was special. It was wood, plaster, and stone like all the others. Cheerful colors climbed up the vines, doing as they like, while instilling a whimsical charm. Joshua opened the door, his chest swelling in pride as he did. They were met with a wall lined with shelves of potion bottles behind a simple wooden counter. The colors glowed weakly under a fairly dim light. The paint, the painted, they painted the wall in vivid colors, welcoming all customers with a beautiful sight. The right wall was lined with ingredients, plants hanging from the ceiling, and jars of various items, some of very questionable origins, but questions were never asked, for Joshua never answered. They occupied even more shelves. It was all complete with a cauldron that was rarely used for actual potion making, but completed the look nonetheless. In comparison to the other potion shops, who were synonymous with this organized mess. His was incredibly extravagant. Ingredients and materials scattered in a way that created that its own conundrum that only a potion maker could solve. His shop was picturesque, and just like the town, it was made to please the eye. Very few managed to be both organized and in a way welcoming like his, and that was what he loved so much about his shop. The audible gasp from Helia's mouth as she entered landed upon everything possible. As her eyes landed upon everything possible was encouraging for him. She struggled to soak in the scene, failing to still. He guided her towards a stool, and she easily complied. Eyes still big in wonder, Joshua walked to behind the counter. Her eyes eventually fell onto him as he smiled down at her awe-stricken face. So, now that I know you can talk, what's your name? Halia, she uttered. Halia? She nodded softly. Okay, then why were you out in the field? It's dangerous and you don't even look like you have a weapon on you. This prompted Halia to look down, taking notice of her outfit for the first time since she had woken up. It hadn't changed. Her one size too large white shirt and capris she had put on in hopes of getting out of the house before playing a few hours of the game. The realization hits her as she looks up at Joshua and his clothing, his soft white shirt with the ruffles that ran down the middle. It hung loosely off him and reminded her of a pirate. She must have looked strange to him, though maybe not too strange. The only article of clothing of her being denim, which she doubted had any existence in the game. Coming back to her senses, Halia focused on the conversation. I don't know. I woke up there. Joshua leaned in, intrigued by her answer. So you don't remember? No, it's just Halia struggled. This whole sequence was strange, and explaining it would make her seem insane. She quickly scanned the room again, while in thought. This place was magic, so the idea wouldn't be too outlandish, despite its nature. I'm not from Fowley. You look it though. Are you from Biner, then? Or is it someplace across the sea? Someplace in a different world. There was a silence following Hallia's response, and she felt as if it was killing her. Joshua cocked his head to the side, the intrigue never leaving his face. However, the interest soon dissolved with the simple narrow of his eyes. Subtle but powerful, as they pierced through her, questioning as the unease from him washed over her. You're a little young to be world hopping, Joshua stated as he stood back straight. But that's no matter. There's a prophecy that says someone from a different world would save us. Do you need saving? Hallie asked. None that I know of, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. How are you so sure it's me? I'm not. But people from different worlds don't just appear often. If they did, the prophecy would have been a bit more specific. Then I guess it's me. I guess so. Speaking of which, you don't have a place to stay, and the inn won't let you stay for free, even if you already saved us. So where do I stay? Here. At least for now. I have a spare room upstairs, Joshua said. Hallie was both grateful and doubtful. This was a game, she was aware of that. But she was also in it. She had no idea how this game was supposed to go or how NPCs fully functioned. For all she knew, falling to this world probably meant free reign for them as well, having no line of code restraining them. Her eyes, which had stuck on the counter in front of her, and occasionally wandered off here and there, met Joshua's for the first time. They were fierce, and she hoped they didn't give away the slight discomfort from her panic returning. I might be young, but I can still fight if you try something. Her threat didn't affect him, not how she wanted. A smile appeared as he found her threat cute, and a breathy chuckle escaped him. Don't worry, you're the last thing I'd think about fucking. I'm into guys. We got another gay one, guys. Joshua confessed. Though Halia took that with a grain of salt and stood up, shifting in place from the stubborn discomfort that remained. Okay, she uttered. Later that night, Halia laid in bed, her eyes wide open despite the homey mattress under her, and the calming glow of the moon through the window. She was scared. She always had been since she had gotten sucked into this world, but even more so now that her mind wandered. The strangeness of a new place making her mind restless. She wondered whether she would be missed if time moved the same, if the game was still going with her in it. Her brain was erupting with questions, but she knew she had the answer to none of them. She wouldn't have gotten them anytime soon, and she very much didn't expect any for the time being. However, that didn't stop her head from aching with racing thoughts. She shifted to her side and stared at the door. The empty tin can she had found in place of the door. She hoped that if he ever came in, it would catch him by surprise and wake her up. It put her mind a bit at ease, and she forced it silent as she drifted off to sleep. I suck at reading. Holy shit, chapter 1. I actually have chapters for this shit. There was a sharp clatter, and Halia jolted awake. Her eyes opened, they met Joshua's, and a yell erupted from her as she shoved herself back. He stood leaning over her with a cocky smile, his hand in midair as if he had just dropped something. Halia took quick notice of his position and looked down. The tin can that was previously set before the door. Her eyes swished back to Joshua's as her face contorted in confusion. "What the hell?" she mumbled. "I expected more from our savior," Joshua said as he stood up straight again. Hallie huffed and got off the bed, crossing her arms as she glared at him. "I'm 17, what did you expect? Besides, what are you doing in a girl's room anyway? Can't you knock?" "No," Joshua said with a smile. "You're insane," Halia mumbled as she walked out. "Where's the bathroom? I need to brush my teeth and do my hair, and I don't even and I haven't even done it in 3 days now." Halia, you haven't done any of that in 3 days? I know she means in the real world, not just like in the game. She's only been in the game for like not even a full 24 hours. You mean to tell me Halia, sweetie, you haven't done any of that in 3? You had to at least look, your hair I can forgive. You gotta at least brush your teeth every day, my guy. Halia ranted as Joshua directed her. "Not even a full day and you're so talkative," Joshua said. Halia rolled her eyes. As she made it to the bathroom, she found it bare in the most reasonable sense. It was a small square room with a round wooden tub that looked as if it had been used for decades. The ground was made of smooth stone. Tucked snugly in the corner behind the wall in a wooden tub was a small table, seemingly holding necessities for cleaning, while a tall mirror stood in opposition, inviting Halia in with her own reflection. Her eyes curiously went back to Joshua, who looked down at her expectantly. Uh, where's the toilet? Why would there be a toilet? Why wouldn't there be a toilet? Halia asked, her voice slightly raising in a mix of agitation and concern. It wouldn't make sense to shit in the same place you clean yourself. That's unhygienic. So what, you have an outhouse? You don't in your world? No, we were smart enough to solve that issue a few hundred years ago. I like that. I think that was smart. That little comeback she had. Yeah. I kind I like this exchange. It was a little funny. I like it. I think it's nice. But we're now on to the third part, betrayal within the party. I feel like you can. I think I wrote. Oh, yeah, yeah. So I wrote this because I knew if I tried to write this in order, I wouldn't finish it. I still didn't finish it. But if we consider all three parts together, it's actually pretty sizable. It's actually like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 11 pages. Nothing crazy. Or more like 10 and a half pages. Again, nothing crazy. But like, I don't know. I just feel like I think I wrote it because I was like, well, if I just write parts that I feel like writing now, like different scenes that I feel like writing now, until I essentially hit writer's block, then I'll get more done. Which I think kind of worked, but I still didn't finish it. Anyway, betrayal within the party, guys. Out of everyone in the party, Halia was the first to appear, her beige dress complementing her wheatish skin, though only its red hem seemed to add a splash of warm color to the otherwise dreary clearing. At the very edge stood a gray banyan tree, above the yellow grass, still wet from the rain that fell just minutes before they all respawned. Its branches stretched to create a dome-like perimeter, and at some point the roots that hung from the branches would start to lazily crawl around the area, closing it like a painfully slow stage curtain. But the tree, as usual, was as still and haunting as ever. Halia didn't hesitate to throw a small pebble and bash the sole of her black boot against the nearest tree, as her vision began to be engulfed in a hue of orange. The others appeared one by one, almost instantly out after each other. Their pins, however, didn't cause her rage to falter. She continued to kick the tree, which had by then produced a charred dent as she yelled out, "Stupid piece of shit!" "She's moping again," Yvonne said with a sigh, his height towering over every person who entered. "Why is she attacking the same tree?" Benji tilted his head and watched her through squinted eyes. Tal folded his arms and glanced at Benji, who was by far the shortest boy in the party. "Why are you surprised?" Benji couldn't help but shift his attention towards Tal's right eye, which was slightly blind and a lighter shade of brown. Benji and Tal noticed Soren's gray and purple hood cape appear in their peripherals. It covered his black wavy hair as he surveyed his surroundings. Soren appeared last, and the gray roots slithered around the clearing. Yvonne was the first to notice, and then Benji, who had followed his gaze. The curtains were beginning to close, and they gauged that they still had 20 minutes. Soren stared at her violent habit in both disbelief and concern. "Stop kicking the tree before you set it on fire," he demanded, his dimples becoming vaguely visible as he yelled. Halia turned to him. "Don't give me that crap. You're our healer. Why the fuck didn't you heal me?" She marched over to him. Oh wait, no, we're having healer disputes, guys. God, this feels like when people yell at me when I play marbles. Just like, why the fuck aren't you healing? And I'm just like, bitch, you're in our enemy's backline. What do you want me to do? Follow you? Good times. I should play marbles again. I mean, I've been playing, but I should play it on stream again. She marched over to him, the dew obstructing her blazing rage from burning the grass. "What do you mean? I did my best. You're the one who runs around without saying. I can't heal people I can't see," said Soren, throwing his hands into the air. Tao rushed to Soren's side, gently pushing him away from her. "Calm down, especially you," said Tao as he turned to Halia, "before you hurt someone." He eyed the flames around her and the ground beneath, afraid the dew might evaporate sooner than expected. The first time this happened, the conditions weren't as favorable, and a forest fire nearly broke out. Halia's brows creased upward, mixing with her angered look. She took a step back. "Or what? And how? Why are you so calm? This is the third time we died, and for the same goddamn reason, too." She marched even closer to Soren, causing Tao and Soren to back away from her flames. Why am I always the first one to die? She pointed to herself, glaring Soren straight into his teal eyes. Because you don't know how to do your freaking job properly. This actually feels like when you're talking to people like post match about a game, they're just like, why the fuck weren't you defending us? Why weren't you healing? Why weren't you fucking attacking the other team? How did you die fucking 9 times in the first match, bro? Ugh. This it's like post match talks happening in here, but like in person. I should kind of like this. What are you for? Cuss at me. Fucking dare you. Halia, stop. We can talk about this later. Yvonne intervened. It's always later. He walked over, looking down at her, and she looked back intimidatingly. You're on fire. You need to calm down before you really do something, he said calmly. You think I asked for this? I didn't. But he always makes it seem like I'm out for blood, she accused as she pointed at Soren. You are. Every time we've died, it's been in your hands, Soren said. What? About my blood? Just because you don't like me doesn't mean you can kill me off. Soren scuffed, his eyes almost rolling to the back of his head for a split second. Come on, I'm not that petty. You are, Soren. You fucking are. And you make it fucking obvious, too. Halia turned back to them and walked through the opening of the banyan roots, which hadn't reached halfway around the clearing yet. Where are you going? Yvonne asked. Home. Home. Yvonne flinched, seemingly to go after her, but Tao grabbed onto his arm, pulling him back. Let her. We're going to the same place anyway, said Tao. With whispered words, he beckoned a small dark cloud to form above Hallia's head. It casted a faint shadow on her and quickly began pouring. The rain fell in heavy droplets and weighed down her curly brown hair. She stopped for a second as she felt the water beat down upon her head and looked over her shoulder, glaring at Tao. Fuck you too, Tao. Benji stifled a laugh, failing as he bent over in a fit of laughter and drawing the head and drawing the heads of the rest of the guys. Tao couldn't help, but his face contorted in disgust as he looked over at him. What's so funny? He was baffled. What was so funny? He was baffled at that Benji could find the situation so hysterical given the mood, and it frankly pissed him off. Yvonne was far from bothered, with a small smile accompanied by a quiet chuckle. But he never was. Stop laughing, you look like a maniac, Tao said. Benji's laughter died down as he lifted his torso back up and combed his uncut black hair back with his hand, and walked to Tao, placing a hand on his shoulder to lean on. Why won't you do that more often? Benji asked. Because she'd kill me, Tao replied, side-eyeing Benji, who soon turned to Soren. The freckled smile Benji sported disappeared as he grew solemnly curious. But Soren, Benji hesitated. Wouldn't actually do that? Soren's eyes furrowed. No. Well, no. His heart felt as if it had almost dropped after hearing the doubt trail in Benji's question. I take my job seriously. I've never seen someone jump around as much as her, he added as he crossed his arms. Everyone could painfully see how his chest seemed to puff out a little, as if he was trying so hard to make himself seem taller than he was. Benji thought it ridiculous as he let out a huff, while Tao saw it as almost pitiful. Yvonne, who knew Soren best, knew that he was only trying his hardest to seem right. But she's still a part of the team, Yvonne said sympathetically. Don't act like she isn't a problem, said Soren. She's only a problem to you, Benji retorted. Soren's gaze wandered away from the guys. I need to talk to Joshua. Maybe he can send her back. That's a little mean, don't you think? Benji asked. Why am I the mean one? She accused me of letting her die. Okay, okay, stop. Right now, we need to think of a plan. What we've been doing now isn't working, said Yvonne. Soren's right. Rolling his eyes and looking away from Benji, who did the same. Tao hummed in response and looked down, his eyes focusing his eyes losing focus as he went into deep thought. Halia was right about one thing. She does always die first. Benji looked at him. Tao's seemingly unwarranted focus made Benji curious. You okay? Benji asked. His question pulled Tao from his train of thought, and he looked up. Yeah, something just seems off, he said, his words trailing into a mumble. Despite Tao's indifference, the words carried an air of ominosity that caught everyone's attention and weighed down on them. Yvonne bit the side of his cheek, his eyes darting between all the boys. Soren shuffled uncomfortably in his arms, his eyes remaining everywhere. Benji scrunched his nose at the response and was quick to change his expression to one of disdain and spoke with a shrug. But maybe Halia does jump around too much. So much that Soren can't heal her, so she keeps dying quicker. His words moved faster than he intended, feeling as if they would begin muddling together if he had gone any faster. Uncertainty plagued Tao's eyes. I guess so. Yvonne took a quick look around the clearing. The roots had only made it halfway. Yvonne took that as a sign to leave. Let's go. Yvonne nodded, his head in the direction of the opening, gesturing to the others to follow. They all did and followed Halia's steps out the clearing into the small town that resided outside the forest. Not the worst written thing, guys. Okay? This isn't the worst written thing I've produced. I'm actually quite proud of it. Especially the argument between Soren and Halia. I felt like it felt real. And I also felt like it gave me some dark reminders of being yelled at for failing as a healer when I started playing Marvel Rivals for the first time. What's next? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, remember how I said most of my stories were not fanfics and were original stories? Yeah, I think. Okay, wait, no, 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 no. Actually, I lied. Um, Betrayal Within the Party. Okay, so when I wrote. No, not this one. When I wrote Pixels, it was original story. I I took this idea and I tried to make it more original, but I said fuck it. No. When I made the game No One Wins, right? When I made the game No One Wins, this was actually a fanfic. You wouldn't know because I changed, well, there's only like one character. But like I changed the names of the characters who were supposed to be in here. Not of the yeah, of the people who were supposed to be in here. And the same goes for Betrayal Within the Party. So like Yvonne, Tao, Benji, they're all like actual characters that I was like fan that I was making a fan fiction about. But like I changed the names specifically for the well, actually no. When I wrote this I didn't change the names. I kind of did like a little 50 Shades of Grey thing where like this is a fan fiction, but I changed the name of the character so it can feel more like it's an original story. And that's kind of where I got like the little traits with each character. It's why Yvonne kind of seems to have the most authority, while Soren feels like someone who's trying to feign authority. Well, that was a bit more of like me, kind of giving them more of an original character. But it's why Benji is like the joking one and why Tao is like the more kind of calm one. It's all inspired by like their original people that I'm like pulling them from. But this is like full on. This is full on fanfiction. The only thing I have to say about this is that yes, I did have a crush on CL when I was younger. And two, yes, I also kind of did have a crush on Sebastian when I was younger, but like when I was younger, I was aiming for the people who were more realistic, aka those who were like actually my age. So I liked I liked Sebastian, but like I fucked with CL a bit more back in the day. Um, and two, cause this is like kind of I guess a little trope that exists within this story. Growing up, I absolutely fucking loved like characters who cross-dressed. I thought they were so cool and I thought they were so fun and I thought they were so interesting and I was so jealous. I was like, man, I want to cross-dress as a girl and look hot too. um I want to be able to like cross-dress and like look like them and just look cool and hot and shit. I want to do that too. So I wrote about it because I couldn't do it in real life, so I wrote about it, which is where we got the plot for this fanfiction. I am very embarrassed, yeah, but we ball, I guess. Let's go. It's just titled but Black Butler fanfiction because I never gave it a name. Its name and my dogs had always been the story or like the FF because I didn't want there to be like any like clear things like unless you were in the know. Like unless you were in the know and you knew what FF meant, then like people wouldn't see like the word Black Butler fanfic and then like look at me weirdly. In case anyone tried to peep into my Google Docs, you know. Okay. The past few stories were not as bad, so I was able to just read it. But we're going back to like some of my cringier times. Okay. I had been walking along the street that day. My black hair was stuffed into a worn brown cap that complemented my tan waistcoat and trousers. I was wondering what my name should be in this disguise. Oh, I made them. Oh, I made them a girl. Sorry, I was reading a bit ahead. I forgot about that. I guess, yeah, more canon compliant that way, I guess. I was wondering what my name should be in this disguise. It was a question that had always slipped my mind, but persisted to plague me when I was dressed this way. What's a nice guy name for Adelaide? I mumbled as I wandered. I turned the corner and bumped into a boy. Ah, are you okay? I asked frantically, seeing his nice and expensive looking suit. He must be a toff. I'm screwed if he is. I'm going to get my head cut off. I stuck my hand out to help him up, but he swatted it away, getting up on his own. I don't need your help, he spat coldly. I don't recognize him, but that voice sounded sickeningly familiar, and I hated it. Or rather, who it belonged to. The eye patch only reinforced my assumption. I smiled at the thought of messing with them, wanting to make the best of the moment. Sorry for running into you. A rich-looking boy such as yourself shouldn't have to go through such things. I smiled a toothy grin, one that would be obvious if it were fake, which it was. I'm not interested in whatever you have to say. He dusted his suit off and glared at me before sharply turning his head away. Why not? I'd say that we both have a lot in common. The statement caught his attention, as I could see his ears twitch from my words. However, he snapped back unexpectedly, almost shocking me until I remembered who he was. Whatever we have in common, it most definitely is in our status. I winced as if I had been hurt by a statement. I'd say ouch, but I'm sure you can do better than that. A scowl grew on his face, and that expression made me light up. My lord. I looked over to the direction of the unfamiliar voice. A tall man dressed in a black suit stood by his side, looking down at the both of us. About time you got here. You left me to deal with this daft cow. You're the daft cow here, I retorted out in anger. I'm leaving. I spun around and walked away. Good riddance, I heard him say as I was well on my way home. I opened the large doors of my home and walked in. My maid, who had been waiting patiently for me to return, frantically rushed over to me, worry plastered on her face. My lady, where have you been? She exclaimed in worry. She took one look at my outfit, and that worry had twisted itself into a sour expression of disappointment. What are you wearing? Why are you dressed like a boy? I shrugged my shoulders with little care in my eyes. The world may never know. She she sighed exhaustedly, not wanting to bother with me, but knew that she had to. What will your parents think when they see you dressed like this? Oops. Without giving me any time to reply, she ushered me to turn around and go to my room. Come on, let's get you fixed up. We rushed to my room and I changed into my casual navy dress. My messily cut hair was a struggle to style thanks to me, so Edith placed a wig on my head, one that was quite similar to the luscious jet black hair I had once sported. Lady Elizabeth will be arriving soon. I know. You know how she gets when she sees you dressed like that. Worse than my parents. Lady Adelaide, I implore that you at least try to socialize and not embarrass yourself. Lady Elizabeth seemed happy to introduce you to her fiancé, and your family stressed how good of a strategic move it is to be on the Phantom Hive's good side. I rolled my eyes at the thought of a Phantom Hive. She was attempting to he was attempting to venture into one of my family's biggest businesses. I knew how good of a businessman he was. I've heard the stories. I wasn't fond of the idea of forming a partnership with him, even if he is Lizzie's fiance. Fine. I'll try not to ruin my family's name. But remember, I said that I would try, not succeed. Edith bowed lightly. Very well then. I'll see Lady Elizabeth to you when she arrives. I shooed her away and she left, leaving me to my thoughts. After what felt like only a few seconds, but in reality was almost an eternity, there was a knock on my door. Come in. I said loudly enough for whoever was on the other side of the door to just barely hear. It opened, resulting in me being tackled into a hug by the one and only Elizabeth. I've missed you so much, she yelled as she held me tightly. I've missed you too, Lizzie. I pat her back and she let go, her signature bright smile lighting up the whole room. How was America? Did you have fun? She jumped about as she asked me her questions. Yeah, it was, but I was pretty busy. She kept smiling at me and seeming content with anything I had to say, as long as it didn't hurt her feelings. The ball will start soon. I have to get you ready. I'm so happy that you're finally going to meet CL, the two of my favorite people, together. She squealed at the thought before pulling me back into another hug. I really did miss her enthusiasm. Even though she could be a bit much for me, she seemed as if she were the only person in the world who could be this happy and optimistic. CL should be happy to have her. The Phantom Hive better be happy to have her. She's an absolute angel. Now, calm down. Wait, no, this is Lizzie talking. Now, calm down. We have to prepare for the ball. Oh, wait, no, that's me talking. This is Adelaide talking. Now, calm down. We have to prepare for the ball. She let go with a giggle. Right, of course. Let's get you sorted. She ushered me and brought in Edith, who was holding a mountain of dresses. Try not to make me wear pink, please. Lizzie frowned, and I couldn't help but give in. Fine, I'll wear a tad of pink. Her eyes lit up, and she went on her way to help prepare me for the ball. Once she was done, I fancied it. The dress was yellow, with a gray trim, and the normally bright color wasn't overwhelming. You look beautiful, Adelaide, she exclaimed. That's all because of you. Now we should go before we're late. She giggled at my compliment, and we both left for the ball. I have to admit that I was nervous. This would be the first gathering that I've attended without my parents. Only Edith was accompanying, but that wasn't enough to keep me from fidgeting. Lizzie, Edith, and I entered the carriage and made our way to the mansion the ball was to be held. I was playing with my fingers, having an insatiable feeling of not knowing what to do with them. Lizzie placed her hand on top of mine, glancing over to her to be met with a reassuring look. Do you still dance, Addie? I looked down, a slight feeling of guilt coming over me. Not as much as I used to. Lizzie smiled and excitedly turned her whole body towards me. Then now's your chance. I'm sure plenty of gentlemen would fancy dancing with you. I smiled lightly at her. I don't think I want to dance with anyone here. Don't be so quick to disagree. I'm sure you'll find someone to dance with. If not, I'll find someone to dance with you. Please don't. Then please dance. Just with one person. I like seeing you dance. Blimey, you and your giant eyes. I can't say no. I threw my head back against the wall of the carriage in frustration while Lizzie laughed. We arrived at the mansion, which was about as big as I imagined. We exited the carriage, God, and made our way inside the ballroom. It was large and filled with elegant people and decor. My dress matched the gold, white, and silver colors almost perfectly. I looked to Lizzie, who seemed beyond excited, then to Edith, who appeared happy to be there as well. You may enjoy yourself, Edith. You've dealt with me enough. You deserve some time to relax. She looked at me shocked before composing herself and bowing. Thank you, my lady. She took her leave, and just as she did, Lizzie linked her arm with mine and pulled me with her as she rushed over to a certain direction. Ciel! She yelled, nearly blowing out my eardrums. Hello, Ciel! She let go of me and hugged him. Hello, Lizzie. His voice was as cold as I remember, and he looked at me, who was staring. I hope he wouldn't recognize me, I thought in anxiety. I looked up at the tall butler, and his eyes pierced into my soul in a way that made my spine shiver. Who was that? Ciel asked. I released a breath that I never knew I was holding, and walked up to the pair. Hello, my name is Adelaide Blythe. A pleasure to meet you. I bowed. Adelaide is a friend of mine. She's been in America with her parents for a few years. It's actually her first week back. Is that so? Ciel asked in great curiosity. He seemed intrigued by the information, his face transforming into one of twisted interest. Why twisted? One that made me think he could be murderous. Why would he want to murder you, bro? Think you're being a little dramatic here. Well, a friend of Lizzie's is a friend of mine. Nice to meet you, Miss Blythe. He bowed before continuing. Your family are the owners of Blythe Tailoring, right? Yes. I'm actually quite an admirer of the quality of your clothing. I go to their tailor shop often for my outfits. I'd love to work with your family one day. I as well. Your business has been doing very well and has managed to expand to many fields that my parents would love to dabble in. Addie, I know you don't get out much, but you need to learn to stop talking about work. You only encourage Ciel to stand around and do nothing. He isn't doing nothing, he's socializing with me, Lizzie pouted, and I gently ruffled her hair, enough to not turn it to shambles. Sorry, Lizzie, but I honestly don't know what else to do. I haven't been in England for years, remember? I don't know anyone here. She looked at me pleadingly. Then dance. You said you would. With who? She thought for a short moment before shifting her eyes to CL. No, Lizzie, you know I can't. You know I don't dance. He was stern with his proposition. The butler whispered something into CL's ear, and I could see his face become enraged. Just this once. CL cheered. Sorry, Lizzie cheered, and CL walked up to me, extending his hand for me to accept. I did as expected, and he guided me to the center of the room to dance. I'm leading, I said demandingly. The male leads, CL responded with a side of venom in his voice. I know, but I feel that you aren't that good at dancing, so it's easier for you to just follow me. He glared at me and I merely smirked at him. I promised Lizzie that I would dance for her, so you're going to have to deal with me being in control for a tad bit. I put I pulled CL towards me and got us in position. I began and CL followed. Clumsily at best. If you need to look down, I won't stop you. I'd rather you not step on my feet. He growled at me, but did as I suggested anyway. He looked at me and as he did so, fuck it, English. I looked at I looked at him as he did so and smiled. I don't know why, but I found his intense focus to not step on my feet cute. A soft giggle slipped through my lips, and I covered my mouth, afraid that he'd heard it. Seal's eyes shot up at me. What's so funny? He demanded. I looked away shyly, scratching the back of my neck. I'd rather not say. I looked back at him, and his eyes, or rather his eye, was shooting through me like an arrow. It's more so embarrassing for me than it might be for you. I'm not used to saying these things. Enlighten me, he said, his voice calm. I took somewhat of a deep breath before speaking, still trying to avoid eye contact. Tisk, tisk, Adelaide. I feel like you're breaking girl code. Going after your bestie's man? Why would I write this? I took somewhat of a deep breath before speaking, still trying to avoid eye contact. Seeing you try so hard to dance was kind of cute to look at. CL's face grimaced, but I could see a light blush go over his face. I'm not cute, don't ever call me that again. I snickered at him, looking away in annoyance. You're the one who wanted to be enlightened. Shut up. I sighed at his comment and stopped. This should be enough to suffice. I let go of him and walked back to Lizzie and CL's butler. Addie, that was amazing. I smiled at her. Thanks. The butler spoke, mildly shocking me, as I wasn't expecting him to say anything. I'm quite surprised at your skill. You even made my master seem like a decent dancer. I heard that, Seal responded, as he made his way over to us. Though I must excuse him for his lack of manners. It's very rude to not look at one's dance partner. There's no need to apologize, I reassured. I asked him to do so. He needed to focus if I didn't want to go home with trampled shoes. The butler smiled at me, and I did the same. I haven't introduced myself. I am CL's butler, Sebastian. He bowed and took my hand. Nice to meet you, Sebastian. I turned to Lizzie and watched as she gushed over her fiancé. Sebastian, tell me, how does CL treat Lizzie? Are you worried? Yes. CL seems quite distant and uninterested. As Lizzie's friend, I can't help but worry. I can assure you that my master cares for Lady Elizabeth greatly. I can't help what he seems to be, but I can say that he's a lot more than that. Is that so? Yes. I turned my attention to Sebastian. I hope you're being truthful and not just saying so because he's your master. He didn't seem fazed by my remark, and instead just replied to it. What I've told you is what I've observed. I nod and look back at the two. Lizzie seemed infatuated with CL, but he seemed to be the complete opposite. I'm sure he cares, but I'm questioning if the root of his care is because he loves her or if it's because they are to be married. Regardless, seeing them made me feel like a third wheel. I have no place here. I've been gone for too long. I feel as if I've overwelcomed my stay, I say before looking back at Sebastian. If Lizzie asks, tell her I feel unwell and had to leave early. I don't know when she'll leave, but I doubt I can send a carriage for her before she decides to. Can you and CEO take her home for me? Sebastian smiled lightly and bowed. Yes, I'll be sure she gets back safe and sound. Thank you. I turn around and walk away from the three. I go towards where I saw Edith and ask her to take me back home. I had to reassure her that Lizzie was going home with CL and she complied. After a long and painfully boring carriage ride back home, I sent I went straight to my room under the guise that I was tired and changed to go out for a night stroll. I changed back into my poor lad outfit and snuck out without Edith's knowledge. Always walked around the garden like this, both here and back in America. The staff here would usually mistake me for the gardener's assistant, which in turn prevented me from being pulled back inside. As the cool air hit my face, I was able to instantly relax. Thoughts of the party faded from my mind, and I was able to enjoy the serenity of the garden. I always stopped at the greenhouse, which housed succulents, my favorite plants. In the center of the greenhouse was an accumulation of tall plants and vines that hung down a hanging pot that floated over everything. Surrounding this mini dense forest was a bench that winded around the centerpiece of the room. I sat down on the bench and took a deep breath of fresh air the plant supplied. This is nice, I thought. When I was enjoying the stillness of the night the most, thoughts began to rush through my head again. Lizzie was always optimistic and quick to forget, but seeing her give all her attention to CL made me feel like I didn't belong. She'd obviously been doing well without me. There was no reason to come back to a life that had already moved on without me. 3 years is a long time after all. Maybe I should go back to America. My lady? I turned around at the voice. I see a boy, just a little older than me. He was the gardener's assistant. Oliver? He was peeking in through the door entrance and came in after I acknowledged his presence. What are you doing here? I asked him. Just taking a stroll. Same with you, my lady? I patted the seat next to me, gesturing for him to sit by me. He did so, being sure to be close that I felt the warmth of his body emit onto me. You can call me Adelaide when we're out here by ourselves. Oliver looked slightly uneasy about addressing me so casually, but frankly, I couldn't care less. I didn't feel like being addressed as my lady or Lady Adelaide. Yes, Adelaide. And that's the end. Oh shit. And that is the end of my Black Butler fanfic, guys. Yippee! I'm so fucking happy that I'm done with that. Only to immediately be met with something way, way worse. I need a long drink after that shit. I need to mentally prepare for this next one. Okay. My Black Butler one wasn't that bad. I think the thing that embarrassed me the most was when I was trying to very clearly use like British slang for the time. But like other than that, it wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad. But like yeah, it's still kind of embarrassing since that one was like the first legitimate fan fiction to come up out of everything. But after this is something way worse. Okay. So, for context, I titled it CB101. That is an acronym for the title. You might be able to guess it if you when I give you like a synopsis of like why the fuck this story is what it is. So, CB101 was probably the most experimental story that I've written. And I stopped writing it because I realized I do not like writing this kind of genre of fanfic. And yes, this one is fanfic. This is also one where I changed the names, but instead of like fully changing the names, I just like make them letters because I was lazy. And this is way longer. But just so you know, so there's this specific fan fiction genre called smut, right? So like I read this like hella good story, bro. It was so fucking good. Like you would actually see the development of the characters' perceptions on each other and like kind of like their their comfortableness with each other kind of like change and develop with each smut scene, right? And it was so good. I was like, I need to do something like this. I need to do something similar. So I attempted it. I did research. Yes, I did research. I went on to the Orange YouTube and I did research and I never went back there after that. I did my research and I literally made a list of like people where I'm like, okay, so like this is good for that, this is good for this, and then I never fucking went back there. I was like, I'm traumatized. It was terrible. I hated it. I never want to go back there again, chat. I never want to go back there again. Oh, it's so bad. But like, it's very if you know what it's a guy who's like does orange YouTube things but like on a camera live. Yeah, that was that's what the CB stands for. And yeah, that's kind of the I'll just go now. I'll just go to the yeah. CB 101 everyone. And yes, there will be censors. Holy shit, I have chapters and names for the chapter. Chapter 1, Out of Sight, Still in Mind. This was the one I actually had to read through ahead of time because I had to go through all the names. You might be able to guess which fandom this is from by other things. At least from a broader perspective, the fandom this was for, which is partially why I um censored the names, you know. Um I forgot the word, but Weeball. B had never seen anyone so handsome in his life. He couldn't keep his eyes off of him as the teacher lectured and warned them about their homework for that night. Even as the bell rang, the class was dismissed and everyone began packing their things, eager to leave the class. Mee's eyes stayed glued on him, and he didn't budge until the ethereal boy walked out of his sight. Kong H. That was the name that had been stuck on his mind for months now. Since he had first crossed paths with him in the halls as he rushed to his class that he was nearly late for. He remembered that day, how that sharp turn caused him to crash into what he thought was a literal angel and stared in awe, ignoring the pain in his butt from the fall. How the books fell and H stood as if the fall had done little to nothing, as he offered a hand to help him up as well. How their eyes met and B's heart skipped a beat. How his face seemed to heat up. How their fingers touched, though it was only slightly, when B rushed to pick up and hand H his books. the touch feeling electric and lingering long after the contact, well into the class he had managed to get to before the teacher closed the door. How he could have sworn that he had fallen in love. Yes, that was the effect H had on him, and he wasn't complaining in the least bit, except there is everything to complain about. H was dating, and a girl at that. He had passed by them as his girlfriend gave him a chaste kiss on his lips before walking to her class. He saw the smile H sported from the action, and the adoration in his eyes as they followed her for as long as they could. B could only assume that he was straight, meaning he had no chance. Not to mention his odd and often ridiculed job that resulted in looks of disgust and judgment from others. He couldn't bear the thought of driving H off, even if he had no chance to be with him in the first place. How long are you gonna stare? The voice startled B, dragging him back to reality. To his side was M, one of his few friends and the only one who knew of his dilemma. Can't a guy dream? B asked as he began gathering all his things into his bag. Dreaming's kind of useless, don't you think? B rolled his eyes as at his words and stood up to leave the classroom. You're one to talk, he muttered, though M heard perfectly clear. As they walked through the door to the side, as H and his girlfriend being all lovey-dovey, his heart ached at the sight, and B kept walking, keeping his eyes forward for fear that he might see something he regret. M laid his arm on top of his shoulders and pulled him closer as he spoke. It's the weekend now. We can just relax and get our minds off things. Can't. I have a live stream today, and I'm behind on requests too. M huffed as he frowned at the. Also, I don't actually know how this works, so I completely fucking guessed. You could argue that I could use actual this kind of streaming as a reference, but I also had no idea how that worked either because I wasn't streaming at the time. Um, I think I also at some point later found out how those things work. I'm not going to tell you how. But I later found out how these things work, so I'm gonna be looking at this with new knowledge. Meaning I have more shit to judge. Don't you just love acquiring new knowledge over time? Just every day. Something new becomes a regret. How do you have the energy to work so much? Don't you get tired? B let out a short stifled laugh. Tuition and student loans are enough to get my center hard 5 times a week if that's what it takes. He laughed at his joke and M chuckled, empathizing with him all too much. After all, they were in the same field. Oh shit, numbers. M was more popular, as he had so many things that appealed to a lot of people. His lips, his expressions, his versatility being his main selling point. Streaming once a week was enough for him to not stress over anything. He garnered over 1,600 followers in 2 months and makes over 1,000 per stream. That's at least $1 per person, bro. Like, that's not even $1 per person. That's good. You're doing good, M. Everyone watched to see M's lips wrap around something. Oh shit. Well, they did practically anything. He was spontaneous and unpredictable. One day he'd desperately be sucking up blank while his life depended on it. The blank and blank ringing through the viewer's ears. Some of these censors, I'm not gonna lie, are not that bad. Like, I could guess what these words are, and they're not particularly inappropriate, but for the sake of making sure that I don't get in trouble on the platforms I stream on, Even these words shall remain censored. In chat, this is just the beginning. Trust me, it gets worse. It's way worse. If you see my thumbnail on YouTube, it gets way worse. Another day he'd be growling lowly and blanking his viewers as he fiercely blanks his blank. They're really feeling way too good to not have his blank shoot out. Oh, this is so fucking funny to read with the censors. I can't wait until we get to the worst part. I can't wait until we get to the worst part. People loved his face, or what they could see of it. When he made those lewd expressions, they came back for it every time. B couldn't blame them for preferring M over him either. He had more to offer for their money. B was versatile, but not the same way. But not the same way as M. As you can see, I also don't fully know how this field works. Not field. I don't know how Smexy time works, guys. In case you couldn't tell. I mean, I know more of how it works now, but back then I knew practically nothing. When I did my research, I was figuring out how Smexy time works. I was figuring out how the Devil's Tango worked when I did my research for this. So like, yeah, we're you're gonna see some interesting stuff here. You're gonna see some real interesting. The regret is starting to set in. B was soft, and unlike M, he was always soft. Even when he was asked to act dominant, he was a soft dom at best. He couldn't satisfy as many people's preferences like M did, which was why his following was roughly a quarter of M's, and he was barely making 100 per stream. That's why he streamed 3 times a week, and had to rely on request in addition to streaming just to make ends meet. His schedule was hectic for sure, but he had to. I wish I lived on my own so I could stream more too. But that would be really expensive, and I might actually have to resort to the same thing B is doing. Because, God, is living on your own expensive here. Oh shit, I accidentally clicked something. Fine, M spoke. Just don't pass out, okay? B nodded as they finally exited the building. With a small goodbye and a promise to hang out the next day, the two parted ways. It was almost 8, and B was finishing up the last preparations for the live. I feel like you guys probably already read that, but like I feel like you guys are gonna know what I'm into. I mean, I think you guys kind of already know what I'm into, but I feel like you guys are gonna know what I'm into when we keep going. My only defense is that I got this from research. I learned a lot of things from my research. Not just what existed, and not just about kings. I learned a lot about myself too. One of them being how I never want to go back there. He wore a simple black mask that covered the upper part of his face, and a matching black school skirt that did little to hide what was underneath. It was enough to tease the viewer's eyes, and the absence of a shirt he knew would do nothing to help the hunger that would grow in his viewers as much as they watch. It was cold in his apartment, and the cold air hitting his body made him feel as if okay. I think I forgot to censor that. He was already becoming stiff there. He had finished earlier than expected and didn't quite know what to do with the extra time. He sat there afraid to indulge in any other activities lest the life he had prepared slip his mind. As the time on his laptop hit 7:52, he was already tired of waiting. The 5 minutes he spent in silent and boring agony felt as if it were 15 minutes. As the views slowly came in, he sat on his knees, a bright smile on his face as he waited. He he giggled and thanked them for their flattery. It didn't take long for the life to reach its usual number. As B noticed that, he began. "Welcome back. I missed you all," he said as his smile became a bit more seductive. The statement wasn't completely false. A part of him had missed them, or at least what he was doing right now. He liked the stream of compliments and the praise he got. He rarely got this sort of attention, and he craved it every day. He told him it was his financial situation that made him work so hard, but that was true at first, and it still is. But now it's his feeling of being wanted and desired that's truly bringing him back to this 3 times a week. Bro, be busy. Oh, this is already. Oh, this is so bad. Oh shit, bro, this is so bad. I'm like looking at this. This is so bad. I didn't wear a shirt this time. I thought you'd like it if I showed a bit more. He leaned into the camera, despite the mask not being able to properly show the shape of his eyes. He couldn't hide the sultry look that drew his few followers in. He teased them, slowly spreading blank. The skirt blocked their view, and his hands that he was leaning on made it even harder to see. He licked his lips as one of his hands slowly went up to blank to play with blank. A small, a small blank left his mouth. See, not all of the words are that bad, but I feel like I'm more likely to like. I feel like I'm just more likely to like get in trouble if I didn't. So a lot of things are being censored here. A small blank left his mouth at the feeling as he leaned back, no, no longer so close to the camera. He looked at the comments. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the little show he was putting on. He smirked as his other hand began to play with his other blank. He played up his reactions, breathing heavier and leaving his mouth slightly agape. "Would you mind if I blank now?" he asked. The comments came rolling in as he continued. "Or should I just blank right now?" There was a little fierceness in his voice. It drove his viewers wild. He knew he knew it by all the he knew it by all the compliments of his voice, begging him to speak more. Hmm. He blanked, a little from the feeling of blank being flicked about. His actions dragged on longer than he intended to. "How about biggest donation wins?" he inquires. It didn't take long for those little rings to fill the air, the biggest donation being $25. B smiled as he read the comment. "Thank you, Nose." That's how I would pronounce it. "Thank you, Nose, for the donation." He stopped and bent down to grab the purple blank. I feel like you guys already know what that would be. He had placed there for convenience. "I guess I'll be blank first." He giggled a little as he moved closer to the camera, making sure that he had a clear view of his mouth. He opened it and let blank subtly hang as he pressed blank onto it and slowly brought it to his mouth. He blank. Oh shit. I hate myself. His blank the sides and blank of the blank as he blanked it into his mouth. This is so fucking funny, guys. Like I can't even be fully cringed and like embarrassed because it's just so fucking funny reading this section. He blinked as he felt his blank get blank. Saliva was filling up his mouth and he only blanked it onto the blank. I actually kind of don't fully know what some of these are. I forgot. Making it move a whole lot smoother in his mouth. B went back to playing and flicking his blank as he did. His blank got more frequent as he hummed and blank on the blank, actually imagining it to be H's for a second, though it was only for a second. He looked down to read the comments, and of course, he could see how much of a blank mess his viewers were. Wait, no, I didn't have to censor that. He enjoyed it. When he heard the familiar ring again, he slowed down to read. You look pretty with your mouth around that blank like that. You sound even better. B only chuckled at the comment and stopped, though still holding the blank close to his tongue as he nonchalantly responded, I know, looking straight at the camera. He put it back in his mouth, this time shoving deeper into his blank as he was going a little past his limits. But he never stopped. I fucking hate myself. Why did I think this was a good idea? Not until he felt his blank twitch from the need of wanting something more to help blank. At that feeling, he groaned, and he removed the blank, now shiny from his saliva. A string of it connecting blank, that's a big blank, together, as if refusing to come to terms to the end of his blank. I need blank, please, B pleaded. I feel blank and blank, the blank. This is so stupid. The blank feeling between blank was unbearable as he rubbed blank against the bed and tried his best not to blank. He stared at the comments. I hope you guys know I read this just fully, just not at all affected. This is funny as hell to me. He stared at the comment as he pleaded. The word he kept seeing repeatedly was beg. He did exactly that. He pleaded as he blanked in his hand so desperately, wanting to get blank. As the bells rang, the comments gave him permission. Hurriedly, he got farther onto the bed so they could see all of blank and lay on his back. He spread blank out as far as he could, causing blank to fall to blank, revealing blank that was blank for relief. Without hesitation, he blinked. When it slides easily into blank, he gasps from the feeling of finally blank. Regrettably, H comes to mind a second time, but B doesn't shake this little intrusive feeling away like he did before. Not with such satisfying feeling taking over him as he blank him. Speeding up into a pace that would send blank fast, he lets his mind imagine H blanking him so fiercely, and he blanked the loudest he ever had since the beginning of life. Somehow, B manages to go even faster, causing blank at the feeling as he blanked more. This feels so fucking stupid. This is fucking hilarious. I cannot keep a straight face reading this. It's so funny. I can't. It's like I'm not even cringing. This is just so stupid. Blank. I'm gonna blank. He puts his free hand on blank and begins. That's a really long ass blank. He got closer and closer to blank. He tried to hold them back, it all exploding as he finally met blank. He breathed heavily as he sluggishly raised himself to see the comments. As usual, endless praise and the people's final donations filling the side of the screen. Despite the exhaustion, he smiled sweetly at the camera as he waved goodbye. Thanks for the nice time. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. You thought that was the end of it, but there's a second round, chat. B ended the live and slumped back onto the bed, feeling exhausted but excited at the same time. His vivid imagination recalling the scenario it had made while he was pushing blank himself. Oh, that's 2 words. He sighed as he covered his eyes, not knowing if he should give in to temptation and go another round, this time with H never leaving his mind, or just wallow in shame for even needing to debate this with himself. I am wallowing in shame right now. Internally, externally, this is just so funny. He excelled in defeat as he grabbed blank, knowing that the former would be a lot more fun. And instead of skipping this, I wrote more. Because why the fuck not? This is practice. This was my first and last smut, and I hope it stays that way. For the second time, he pushed it blank, starting off slow as he felt a sting from blank. Soon his pace quickened, almost replicating the same pace as before. The sensation was almost too much. He wasn't used to blank like this, much less with that slight pain that came from his decision. But B enjoyed it too much to stop. He blanked with blank as he blanked. H in front of him, blank as he blanked. H he breathed in a low moan. It was too good. Blank. He blank deeply as the familiar blank began forming. Oh. He could almost feel H's hands on blank as he blank his blank steadily and blank loudly. Blank, blank, shit. Blank shot out more intensely than before, and he was shocked. It was so fast. Maybe because he had never done this before, but how could he dwell on it when he was so tired? He really drained himself this time. B could only let go of himself and take blank out. After laying on the bed surrounded by his own blank for 5 minutes. He finally stood to clean, and as he did, he thought back to what he had just done. It all happened so fast to him that it almost felt like a dream. This is feeling like a dream right now. This feels so unreal that I'm doing this right now. But he wondered if that would have made it any better. He had never blinked to someone before, at least not like that, and it was to his straight taken classmate. He wanted to die of shame, but he loved it too much for the regret to last long. Oh, woe was him. Would he, after all? H was just too damn handsome for his own good. Well, I wish I had I wish, like, more shame and regret came in while I was reading that. But that was fucking hilarious. And also, no, yeah, that was just fucking hilarious. All of the shame came in when I was reading through it uncensored and trying to censor things manually. I was looking at it and I was like, oh wow, this is kind of bad now that I'm threatening to read this in front of people. This is kind of bad. Okay. Got my drink, now let's continue. As he finished with a sigh, he sat in front of his laptop, looking through everything he had missed because of school. Unsurprisingly enough, there weren't many that he missed. Some requests were asking for a tailored recording of him. Why didn't I not censor that? Moaning for them, which wasn't too hard. Others were video ideas or video requests, which would take longer to make. He replied to what he could, accepting most and declining only a small handful. He had taken his planner that always that was always sat beside his laptop and written down a schedule to get all the videos done. As he looked over the planner, he couldn't help but sigh. A smile crept onto his face as he stared at the pages. Homework, he muttered as his eyes grew heavy. All of this is going to be for nothing if I fail. B rubbed his eyes, the effort to fight the heaviness seeking to do nothing. No, nonetheless, he began on his work. Well, I'm tempted to end it here, but I at least know that the rest of it isn't that bad. Also, it's like getting to a time where I should probably be ending soon, but like I still have. I'm on page 82 out of 115. And this, not include, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages. And then we still have other stuff. Oh wait, we have a lot of other stuff. Oh shit, don't tell me this has to be. Oh shit, don't make this have to be split into multiple streams. I want this to be done and over with. It's not going to be done and over with, bro. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna have to extend to 2 streams because I couldn't start stream on time because my sister didn't want to fucking leave the house on time with everyone else, causing me to delay stream by a whole 3 fucking hours. 3 hours and then issues with OBS on top of that. Man, I hate it here. Man, why did I think this was a good idea? B sat across from M in the cafe near the campus. B had originally decided that day to be one of rest and completing requests. However, M had randomly appeared in front of his door with a sickeningly bright smile. He, of course, had to drag B from his apartment in hopes of having someone to spend the long, boring hours of the morning with. B really wished he were at home, still nuzzled under the covers of his bed and peacefully sleeping until the late hours of the morning had passed into the afternoon. He sighed, interrupting M on his mindless spiel about something he never bothered to figure out. M's shoulders slumped in response and he sighed as well. Why did you bother to come if you weren't going to listen? Because you dragged me from my bed begging me to wake up and hang out with you. My bad, M said as he pulled the corner of his lips back, looking faultless. His apology had become seemingly childish, as that was exactly what M looked like with his lips in that adorably straight line. M didn't mean it at all, but even so, B couldn't stay mad at him. He just sighed. By the way, I invited Kay. M had sneakily said M sneakily, as he quickly took a sip of his drink. Who? He mischievously smiled and B couldn't help the unsettling feeling he was getting. We have a project for music comp. His eyes widened for a short moment before he rapidly blinked them in disbelief. He was a good student. He wasn't one of the best like H, but he was good. He was okay. Hearing that there was a project that he knew nothing about was baffling at most. He wasn't sure if M was pulling his leg to see if he were still alive or if he was serious. After all, the notice had come out of nowhere. After a short moment of silence, B responded, his face in the same dumbfounded expression. We have a what? Don't worry, I'm kidding. So you didn't invite Kay? No, I did. I just lied about the project. He sported that annoying bright smile that B was starting to want to rub off. I met him in music history. I thought you two would look cute together. M finished with a wink. I hate you. I thought you could use a distraction from your Romeo. He's already my distraction. I don't need another one, idiot. M sighed as he examined B, the faint eye bags that seemed to get darker every week. The exhausted look on him he always seemed to sport when he wasn't being his usual energetic self. Then the corners of his mouth rising when H was mentioned, the tired look immediately vaporized from him. He cared too much. That's what his problem was. He wouldn't usually be this invested in his friend's love life. It wasn't any of his business and it was their life. But this was B, the cute though annoying boy he didn't want to see get hurt. When he was already hurting. But he was already hurting. Oh, that's even worse. The way B would always shake his head after thinking about him, how his eyes would look unusually glossy like there were tears preparing to roll down, but never doing so. How his presence shrank like as he curled into himself, like all of a sudden he didn't like where he was. M couldn't have him spend the rest of his college years fawning over someone who was well beyond his reach. You should be thanking me. I can't watch you hurt yourself because you couldn't find the power to admit that you know H would never accept your feelings. That you're grasping onto hope that you know doesn't exist. You should thank me that I'm giving you the chance to get over him and move on when you can't. But that was too much. Everything M wanted to say, it flashed across his mind in an instant. And even if he knew exactly what he meant, there was no way to put it into words so soon. M was itching to say something, to come back with some witty remark. And maybe when he smoked, summarizing that lengthy thought into a quick remark, he didn't take into account just how mean the words would sound to him. You should thank me. It's better than spending your time fantasizing about someone you can't have. There was silence, and M's guilt didn't wait a second to climb up his conscience. Sorry, that sounded a little mean, but it's true. You know it. You know it is. That doesn't mean I want you to point it out, M sighed. Sorry. B took a sip of his drink as the tension and awkwardness began manifesting in the air. Thankfully, K came, exactly on time, and M couldn't be more glad for his unexpected punctuality. Hi, M. He reached over to the table and happily sat down next to him. B had to admit, K was cute. He had sharp features, none of them overpowering, and adorably fluffy brown hair that had reached below his brown eyes. His smile was contagious, and B couldn't help but smile when he saw him look straight at him. You must be B. M takes M talks a lot about you, he said. His voice was like honey, and it was so cute that B felt the urge to squish his cheeks. He didn't know there would be a smile more infectious than M's until he had seen K that day. I'm K, M's friend, from music theory, the young boy said, waving eagerly. B simply nodded. Hi. M smiled. He could already tell that B took some liking to K, and it wasn't a surprise, as everyone who's met K loved him. He's a little shy around new people, don't mind him. Oh, that's okay. M sat in his seat, a memory suddenly coming to mind as he tugged on K's sleeve. Oh, K, tell him the news. B's attention was definitely piqued, but it was hard for him to ask what. The pressure of K's eyes being on him as he did. No matter how friendly or kind, B couldn't get a word out, so he waited for them to speak first. K only smiled wider at the reminder, asking M for a drum roll, which he happily obliged by hitting the table. With a single grandiose movement of K's hand, M stopped. I want you to join my club. B stared, feeling the suspense and hype was ultimately useless and a bit disappointing. What club? He asked, though he questioned why. His answer was obviously no. He didn't have time for clubs. He had requests to fill, streams to prepare, homework and study sessions to keep up, sleep to catch up on. He listened anyway, because saying no so soon was too mean, and the least he could do was keep going since he was already asked. I'm gathering a bunch of students to join the music club. I was gonna ask you to join the choir with M, 'cause he always talks about you, but he said you're too busy for competitions. I am, but I don't think I can join any club, B said as his voice softened, while he drifted in thought. It's easy. M said you write a lot of good songs, too. All you have to do is write music like you usually do. You get extra tips, lessons, critiques, help, inspiration, all of that. B looked at him. Is this what you meant? No, but it's a nice plus. Besides, you besides, you need a healthy way to keep yourself busy. It concerns me how much you're relying on your job to keep you entertained. B-side. He wasn't wrong. It would be productive of him to actually do something related with his major, but he really hasn't written a song in a long while. After he had decided to cram for his semester exams in freshman year, he didn't so much as glance at the music files he had stored away on his laptop since then. He had more important things to do. I see, B said. That was enough to excite K, making him wonder if he had taken his answer as a straight yes. That's good enough. The music club meets in the conference room in the arts department building. I can take you there. I think you should, M added, earning a small glare from B. Anyway, I have to go. S wanted to S wanted to meet me after this, and I can't keep him waiting. After a click of his tongue, M playfully pointed at us, winking as he stood up. Keep K company. I'm off, guys. I'm off. Bye, guys. K waved happily as B did the same, his emotion nowhere near the level of K's. The younger quickly turned his head towards him, his eyes glittering with an interest that he thinks he hadn't seen before. That's when the investigation started. B was asked question after question, the younger never tiring in his small quest to learn more about him. It was hard to stay quiet. K was so friendly and infectiously happy that B thought he was smiling like an idiot while they talked. Before they knew, the adorable boy had given him his number and promised him to take him to the music club meeting the next day. As B returned home, events of the day fully washed over him as he threw himself on the couch. He concluded that now was the time to work. After some reviewing and planning, he managed to finish 2 out of the 5 requests. Needing a quick break, he sat down on a towel he had laid on the floor and reflected on the improv lunch M had dragged him to. Why is it just a towel on the floor? What was I thinking? You mean a rug, Pog? You mean a rug, past Pog? No, no, what I was thinking. Meeting Kay was admittedly nice. He was friendly, fun, talkative, and all the things he strived to be when he had first entered college. Of course, life had different plans for him. When the workload set in and he began his job that included occasional camera blank, he fell deeper into his shy habits. He sighed and stood up, feeling as if he needed a break from his break, and began the third video. As promised, Kay was walking B to the music club meeting, or MC meeting for sure, as Kay had informed him. The two kept mindless. The two kept. You're including a word that does not exist in this sentence, Pog. Be better. Do better. The two talked mindlessly as they made it to the elevator until someone called Kay's name. He stood up and B followed in curiosity, seeing a face that he didn't expect. Kay hurriedly pressed the button to keep the doors open as he ran in with a small smile that could make B's heart combust. Thanks, he said. No problem. Oh, by the way, this is B. He's checking out the club to see if he wants to join. B, this is H. He's another one of our members. Oh, we have a few of the same classes, H said with a smile. B could only nod as the shock of H recognizing him settled in. That's great then. You'll have no problem getting along. B again nodded, this time his head down as looking at H after what he had done a few days ago resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't face him as his stomach was uneasy with guilt and disgust. He felt like a pervert. He slowly looked up at K, who was happily smiling, as always, and talking to H. Though B embarrassed Though B was embarrassed by his sudden behavior, that didn't stop him from tugging at K's hoodie to get his attention. He looked down at him questioning his oddness, but didn't say anything. How do you know H? We're friends since high school. Oh. How do you know B then? Aren't all your teachers different? H added. M introduced us, replied K. And how are things going with Sheehan? B's ears perked at the question. Same worry, same problems. B turned his head, although it only managed to match eye level with K's arm. B turned his head, although it only managed to match eye level with K's arm. He didn't care. They were supposed to be an apostrophe there. As long as H was within view, even if it was a bit of a stretch for his eyes. After all, words like that only attract trouble. He didn't want the two to break up messily. He'd rather it be mutual and clean, so he'd at least feel better about his chance if he ever got one, which felt hopefully close with the recent coincidences. You're supposed to be smart and mature. I'm sure you can handle it, Kay said. He nudged H's arm supportively as he spoke, but H looked down, a clear sign of frustration arising. It's hard when she won't compromise. As B nosily listened, H's eyes met his, and he hurriedly looked back down. Kay followed his view to B as well. With both staring at him, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, and he was now begging for the elevator to stop at their floor. It was an old building, one of the oldest, as the school used to be an arts school until about 2 decades ago. Compared to the other buildings, the elevator here had always been slow to move and stop, but it felt as if it were taking its sweet time that day. In a panic, he spoke with little thought. In a panic, he spoke with little thought going into his words. Don't mind me, I'm deaf. Kay smiled at his embarrassing attempt to make them comfortable with his presence, while B simply wanted to crawl into a hole. We can finish this conversation later, said H. After that, the elevator was quiet, but it wasn't long before they heard the small ring of their arrival to their floor. Before the doors had opened all the way, B was quick to squeeze his way through and run out just as he had wished. Kay smiled as the two of them walked out in a calm manner. He'll be back. He doesn't know which room it's in. H chuckled as they walked down the hallway. They saw B make a wrong turn around a corner and Kay's giggles never stopped. Even as B walked back with his head down, stopping in front of him to ask to take him to the room, the giggles never stopped. Okay, repeating the same sentence like that. Judging past me hard. He took a hold of his hand and walked forward with B following with a thick cloud of embarrassment over him. H followed until they made it to the room. There were quite a few people there, some of them that he recognized from his classes. Others were unfamiliar faces. Welcome to the MC, spoke Kay with a beaming smile. Professor Bo's in charge of this class. I don't know if you take her, but she's my music technology teacher. She's over there, H said as he pointed to her direction. Kay, still having a hold of B's hand, pulled him towards the teacher. She turned as she noticed her hyperactive student barreling towards her with a friend in hand. She was old, and it was obvious that she had been teaching for a long time. She didn't seem fazed by Kay's eagerness and simply watched as he came to a jarring stop in front of her. She looked at both of us with a welcoming smile of that of a caring grandmother. Good morning, Professor Bo, Kay said. This is a new friend of mine, B. He's interested in joining the club. Her gaze went over to him, and she smiled shyly, waving and giving her a small bow. Hello, Professor Bo. Hello, how are you? She asked kindly. I'm fine, B replied as he bowed again. Are you interested in music production? He nodded. Yeah, I major in music composition. She smiled at his words, seemingly happy to have another music major in the building. That's great to hear. I love having music students in the club. They ask the best questions. B smiled at her friendliness that reminded him of Kay. He wondered if maybe Kay had gotten it from her, and if her other students were the same way. Um, what exactly do we do other than make music? I tend to let everyone reign free as long as they behave. You can talk about classes, music, learn, practice, anything. But we dedicate at least 30 minutes to talk about the club and music, such as events we can do or a Q&A on whatever you guys want. As long as it's music related, it doesn't have to be in the curriculum. You can do that? She knows everything there is to know about music. She can teach every class if she wanted to, Kay said. Professor Bo was flattered by her students' kind words. Don't flatter me, Kay. You're too sweet. Why do I make characters like this? But also felt. Oh, wait. He smiled at her reaction. But it's true. You really do know a lot. B thought it was sweet, but also felt oddly intrusive watching them. It was like watching a grandma and grandson interact. He didn't quite know where he fit into the equation and just stood there in hopes of being remembered. H was the first to notice B's tense and awkward posture as he made his way to him. He smiled and leaned over to whisper to him, "You're not the only one. Professor Bo's like this with all her students." Despite H's attempt to make B feel better, his closeness did nothing to help the older boy's anxiety. The way H's breath brushed against his ear and the sound of his voice as he spoke in a low hush was just too much. B could feel his body heating up. Nonetheless, he nodded, not having the strength to let out actual words. "Is there anything else you want to do?" H asked. Yes, there were a lot of things B wanted to do, specifically with him. The question felt so seductive and so insinuating that B jumped after hearing the question. Huh? B questioned. It was as if H knew of the dirty thoughts that had went on in his head about him. B took a step back with wide eyes, staring down at H as he tried his best to keep his sanity. Maybe we should study, H suggested. Study, B mumbled as he looked down. His mind was blank as the only thing he could register was how unbelievably filthy his mind was. Do you need help with any classes? Professor Bo could still help. B looked over to the professor who was now talking with some other students. K met his eyes and walked over to the two. What are you talking about? K asked. I was wondering if B needed help with anything in class. Professor Bo could help. Oh, she's busy with someone else right now. Do you need help? What do you need help in? I could help you study, Kay said. B smiled at Kay and he frowned at B. Don't smile like that. I might not look like it, but I'm very smart. I read that sentence and my brain did not comprehend. It was like reading something in a completely different language, bro. I didn't say you weren't. B stopped there. He didn't want to call Kate cute in front of H. Regardless, the words softly left his lips without notice. I just thought it was cute how excited you were. Oh, you think I'm cute? Kate gushed as he twisted his body side to side adorably. Oh, you think I'm cute? It was hard for B not to fall into his charms. He was too much. H, he thinks I'm cute. You're always cute. What's new? He said it. That's what's new, Kay said. So what classes do you need help in? Just ear training, B said. Kay looked away in disappointment. I don't have that class. I do, H said without hesitation. B almost jumped in shock. It sounded nice, being alone with H, but he knew how much of a wreck he'd be if he did. He hurriedly shook his head at his offer. No, you don't have to. We don't know each other that well, and I don't want to waste your time. Why not? A friend of Kay's is a friend of mine. Is a friend of mine too. I'll help you. H placed his arm around B's shoulder, making the boy freeze. Uh, okay, he murmured. B enjoyed the feeling of H's arm around him, maybe too much, as he felt hot with embarrassment. You two can start now. I have to ask Professor Bo some questions anyway, said K with his usual smile. B waved shyly as he was too afraid to move too much while in H's arms. He looked over to B with a friendly smile. Since it's ear training, it might be easier to study that in the library, B nodded, his eyes shaking as they surveyed everything that could help them avoid H's eyes. It was going to be a long club meeting for B. Chapter 3! The story. Wait, what was chapter 2? Wait, what? Oh shit. Okay, so chapter 1. Out of sight, still in mind. I think that is pretty obvious why it was titled that. Chapter 2 is the calm before the storm, insinuating, the little bit of like relationship troubles H is having with this girl. And then chapter 3, the storm, where everything starts happening at once and it's too much for B. More relationship troubles. This time it's more public and clear. He's getting closer with H. Everything's happening all at once. It's the storm. Also we get another this. And also the study session in this. And B learns more about H. And yes, my, I guess, quote unquote manuscript notes are also on here. That's kind of actually my only manuscript note. But there's another story where the manuscript notes are actually, the entire story is manuscript notes, because that's the story. It's the one story that I writ for the app that's now discontinued, but I still had some remnant of it somewhere else. But the actual story itself is gone, including the first part of it, if I remember correct. No, I never actually fully wrote it. I think I like drafted it, I never actually published it. So I have like the actual outline of the story, but I don't have any. But I don't think I ever actually published it. I think I just drafted it and then published it. Sorry, I drafted it, made outlines for it, but never published. Yeah, that's what happened. Anyway, chapter 3. Near the end. Fuck, how many more pages of this? Oh, literally only 2 more pages. Or 1 more page. Okay, we can do this, chat. We can do this. Near the end of the club meeting, B got H's number and he couldn't be happier. As he walked back to his apartment, he eerily calls M, knowing that he was probably done with club as well. M picked up and the phone M picked up the phone, and he quickly regretted it as he was met with B's loud laughs and squeals of happiness. What the heck, are you okay? I got his number, B yelled as he jumped up and down in excitement, not caring about the eyes on him. Whose? Don't you already have K's? M asked. H, H is in shit. H is in music club as well, and he's friends with K. He agreed to help me study, and I got his number. B was about to burst with excitement as he practically skipped back home. Okay, so when's the study date? M teased. It's not a date. We're just studying. You sound really happy for someone who's just studying with their crush. It's true, B yelled defensively into the phone. This earned a laugh from M, who was having fun teasing B. Okay. It's true. But don't get disappointed if it turns out you're right and you two stay friends. You asked for it. B hummed cockily as he walked into his apartment building and up the stairs to his floor. Don't worry. As long as I can be as long as I can be that close to him, it's fine. Whatever you say, but I guess that means my plan didn't work. You mean to set me up with Kay? B asked as he opened the door. He closed the door and took off his shoes lazily. Yeah. I mean, he's cute, but he's just not my type. B could hear M sigh through the phone. Fine. Can't exactly blame you if he isn't your type. B smiled and he sat down on his bed, looking at the laptop he usually did his streams on. Okay. I should have censored that. You're seeing me censor something real time, guys. Perfect. I have to go. Work, he said. I bet if you didn't meet Kia today, you'd have spent all day having blank with your precious viewers. Shut up, B retorted, feeling awfully targeted. Maybe M was right. He knew he was right. He knew very much that if he had that day alone, he'd have spent it doing more requests and maybe even a special extra stream for that day. However, B would never admit it in front of him. Instead, he hung up quickly, not giving the older a moment to say goodbye, and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. B had no shame that day. He simply felt like being blank and blank, okay, blank and praised, something his viewers would gave without question. Oh my goodness, we're finally coming to the end of this. As B finished his shower, he walked back to his room naked, his body semi-dry and his hair still left to air dry. He opened his closet and dragged out a large box of his costumes. As he rummaged through the clothes, his mind wandered to H. He wondered what he would like. What would be his favorite outfit on him? B had to shake those thoughts as out of his head as he continued. He didn't want to repeat what happened last time. He still felt bad about it. B found a black hoodie with cat ears and decided to settle on that. He thought about how the stream would go, what to do, how to proceed doing it, then what to do after. Maybe it was everything that happened with H that day, but B was feeling especially submissive. I don't know why I said especially like that. The outfit brought back memories of B's first stream, how quiet and shy he was doing everything in front of strangers. He chuckled at how he thought he would just quit and be done with it once he was out of debt. That thought was truly laughable. He was so shy back then, and now he's acting as if he lives for this stuff. He slipped the hoodie on and put on his black mask after raising the hoodie over his head. He was sure that his viewers would love him in this. He smiled cheekily as he thought about the things the viewers would say until his phone interrupted his fantasy. As he looked over to blank. It's a cliffhanger. And we have a Mafia AU. Okay, now we're getting to like all of the fanfics now. This one being a Mafia AU, and this one, bro, low-key, this is the one where I cooked, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I cooked with That's How It All Ended, and I thought I cooked with like some of the earlier ones, bro. Nah, bro, I cooked with this shit. This one was actually not that bad. This one, I mean, it's just an outline, so I'm not reading my actual writing. I'm just reading like the ideas and the storyline and the plot. But like, bro, my ideas for the plot and shit, fucking banger, bro. Not even fucking kidding. It's actually like kind of really good. Not gonna lie, it's like really good. However, it is 4:55 my time. You know what that means, chat? We're gonna have to end the fanfic reading there. I know. I'm sorry, but like I have so many more pages to go through. Like, how many pages is it? I'm on page 90 out of 115. Some of these, yeah, I'm on page 100 out of 115. Like, you guys need to understand, I cannot read that shit before like it's time for me to like actually fucking up and go. It's too many words, just too many pages. That's like 25 pages, guys. I don't think I can read 25 pages before someone comes home. I think that's gonna take like another hour or something. Yeah, like an hour. But I I want to say stream is fun, but like it's probably fun for you guys. I'm still debating about whether or not this stream was fun for me. I'm not gonna lie. It was definitely a stream. I mean, I guess it's so weird because like I don't need this anymore. We've completed the goal. We've reached 100. I can always create a new goal. After all, 100 is only the beginning, chat. 100 is only the beginning. And besides, reading my fics and stuff isn't like the only thing I could do. I could always like, I could think of like other really cool streams. I don't know if you guys would be interested in me doing like a stream in a different language, but like, fuck, I'd do that. If you're interested in maybe having some input in that, I have a Discord. You can join the Discord, and I honestly might ask everyone in chat, everyone in my Discord, like, hey, how do you guys feel about me doing a stream in a completely different language? If enough people are down for it, I'd do it. Like, I will legitimately do it. The language will be a language of my choice. Unless enough of you guys beg for a specific, unless you guys beg enough for a specific language, I'm calling the shots of which language it's gonna be in. And it's probably gonna be in Chinese. Because I personally think my Chinese is better. I think I have better vocabulary in Chinese than in Japanese. So most likely it's gonna be a stream completely in Chinese, but like I might still be looking up words too. Or it might be more of like a spin the wheel and talk about this kind of thing. I have better vocabulary, but it is also still limited. So yeah, it'll probably be something like that. But oh man. This stream is just me reading and reading and reading and cringing so fucking hard, chat. It's actually... Can I say I'm embarrassed? Because I'm embarrassed. I feel less embarrassed now than I did before. I do feel less embarrassed now. But like... reading everything... Oh, that was so bad. I really thought the CB 101 would like get me, but like it actually wasn't that bad. Once I got to like the censored parts, it became less cringy and just more funny. Like, it's hard to cringe when you're too busy laughing at how just stupid everything sounds. They blank and you blank into his blank and blank his blank and blank. Oh, that was unironically, bro. That was like so fucking funny. Like that was actually so funny. It was so fucking just stupid. And the funniest part, chat, because I had to fucking read that shit before stream so I could censor that. The funniest part is that little Pog, tiny Pog, past Pog, younger Pog, that Pog did not curse. That Pog, when they were trying to write smut without cursing or saying inappropriate stuff, I self-censored myself already. Like, and it wasn't even like asterisk censors. These were like funny censors. I called like the purple like the purple blank. Remember the purple blank that he put in his blank? Yeah. That was not a how you would normally say it. I spelled it with an O. 2 O's actually. Now that I think about it, the word already has an O in its name. But I spelled it with 2 O's. Do. And then, yeah, it was so fucking stupid, bro. Like, just reading through that shit, even with like my existing censors, it just felt even more cringy. I'm happy I chose to like do the redacted, to do like the redacted blackout one. That one's just so much more funny. But it was definitely painful in the start. I think I chose a really bad fic to start out with, because we just went straight in and it was so cringy. I feel like I probably should have started out with like the ones that I have better expectations of or better thoughts about, like the the Pixel. I'll call it the Pixel trilogy. With Pixels, fuck, what was it called again? Pixels, The Game No One Wins, and Betrayal Within the Party. If I had started off with those two, and maybe also started off with Buried Within the Snow, I feel like that probably would have been better to set me up for this, because I'd be less like, ah no, this is so embarrassing, blah. I'd be like less of that, and more of just like, okay, this isn't that bad. And then I get to like the actual really cringy stuff, and then it's like more funny and less painful. But it's already happened. And it's like I had the full power to rearrange it, because that's like not even how it was like originally put in. Like I didn't like I had already changed the order to be in the order that I was reading it in, but it was just, I feel like if I just went all in on the first one, like the rest would be easier. And that's kind of right, but like it was harder to stay with it, so I ended up skipping when I felt like it got too bad. But like it was fun. It was fun. Sorry. Um, all of a sudden the intro for Yari Team Boo started playing in my mind, and I felt like singing it. I just really felt like singing it. It's so catchy. Like, it's so fucking catchy, bro. Like, when I first heard it, I was like, it's good. It's like going on the playlist, but is it really as catchy as people? And then I fucking hyper fixated on that shit for like a month. Like, literally, I was listening to nothing but Touch You. It was crazy. On. Wait, hold on. Wait, we gotta turn off the music, chat. We gotta turn off the music. Okay, impromptu karaoke. Impromptu karaoke, guys. Ante no rizumu pisoton tomaranai anda zenbu shiritai kimi no koto tsuki na koto yaritai yo. I wanna touch your body, 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 body. Oh, I love that way too much. Oh, that was, oh. You know, I think I'm too comfortable. I think I read my fanfics I read my original stories in fanfics on stream, chat. I'm way too fucking comfortable now. Like, I'm too high energy. I feel giddy. I feel whimsical. I feel a little silly. I can't sit here and be normal anymore. I gotta do shit now. And I can't even continue streaming for that long. But I feel so perfect for streaming right now. Man, things just never go my way. It was just reminding me when I do, because next stream I will complete this. Like I'm not just gonna leave it here. Like I said, all my fanfics. We're reading all of my fanfics. I'm going to read the rest next stream, as well as finish the one that I had to quit midway because I was taking too much psychic damage. Reading it. I was actively taking way too much psychic damage to keep going, chat. It was terrible. I read that shit when I was feeling edgy. I read that shit when I was in the edgy time of my life, bro. I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. It was too much. It was too powerful. The cringe was too powerful. God. Why am I like this? Pog, why are you like this? Why are we like this? But, yeah. Actually, you know what I can do? I'm not gonna lie, next stream might be delayed like this one, but hopefully it's not as bad. Because my sister is here with us now, it's harder to predict everyone's schedule because it's like sometimes she goes to work and sometimes she doesn't, or sometimes she like goes to work really late. So it's like really hard for me to figure out like can I even stream today? Will I be able to stream on time? Will it be late? If it's delayed, how delayed will it be? Like it's hard for me to figure that out when she's here, because her schedule is just like so unpredictable compared to everyone else's. Which is, you know, part of the reason why I was late today. 3 hours late today. There was also an issue with OBS, but like that, like the OBS issue only like ate up like 10 minutes. It was not that bad. I was freaking out. It felt terrible. I thought I was gonna have to reset my entire laptop, but it actually wasn't that bad. It got fixed in like 10 minutes. For some reason, OBS is, every time I open it now, it's like, would you like to open it normally, or would you like to open it safely? You closed it in the middle of some important shit last time, and I'm like, brother, I literally stopped everything last time. What do you mean? But now it keeps saying that to me. So like, yeah, but now it keeps saying that to me whenever I try to like pull up. So it's like I kept trying to do it normally. I'm like, brother, stop it, work, respond to my clicks. But it kept just being all white. It was like OBS is not responding. So then I opted to, what if I open it safely? So I opened it safely, and then like everything was gone. Like literally everything that I needed from multi-stream, like in my Twitch chat, everything was just fucking gone. I was like, you know what? Fuck you too, OBS. Fuck you too. So that was really like not fun. That was really like not fun to deal with. But like after I like had it open like safely that time, I was like, oh well, it must work now because you actually fucking opened properly and you weren't just a white screen. So yeah, then I opened it normally next time, and then it like just fucking worked like it should have the first time normally. I was like, you know what, why be mad at fortunate coincidences? And then I started stream. But I was genuinely like stressed because I was like, oh no, it's gonna make me fucking reset my entire laptop, and then I gotta open OBS, mix it up, Chrome, V2 Studio, like everything again. And if you do that shit too quickly, it fucks. I don't know about everyone else, but if I do that shit too quickly, it fucks with my laptop. Like it actually fucks with my laptop if I try to like rush open programs, like too many programs all at once. It fucks with my laptop. Anyway, I'm like low-key getting distracted. So anyway, this is the schedule. It's gonna cover my face. This is my face, chat. This is my face. Oh, but it's so small you can't even read it anyway. So yeah, today's stream kind of started really late, and we were only able to do reading my fanfics, and we weren't even able to finish it. Hopefully, next stream, I'll be able to finish it on time. And we will also be continuing with Amnesia Memories. If you remember, I was playing Sheen's route. I was continuously interrupted with Sheen's route because there was a bit of a family situation happening at the time. So I feel like Sheen's route should have ended in 2 streams like Kent's, but it ended up, I think this is like my 3rd or 4th stream. No, yeah, this is like my 4th stream, or yeah, this will be my 4th stream for Amnesia Memories for completing Sheen route. But it seems that we're kind of getting to the end, so hopefully, even when I'm like reading the fics and stuff, hopefully I should actually finish the route by then. And the week after, I might be able to do more than 2 streams. I'm not gonna lie, I can't sit here and guarantee you that will be the case, but it seems like it will be more likely next week. So hopefully I can like fit in 3 or 4 streams instead of just 2. And if we do that, you know what I'm doing, chat. You know what I'm doing, that I'm so fucking excited about. A translation stream. I'm gonna be fucking translating another Vocaloid song again, and I'm so fucking excited for it. This song is so fucking new, I couldn't even find the Romanji for you guys, bruh. Cause I don't need Romanji, chat. I don't fucking need Romanji. I only need hiragana. But I know not everyone in chat can read Japanese like that. So I was trying to like find the Romanji for you guys, but the song literally came out like a couple days ago. Like when I decided like, oh, I'm gonna do this song, it literally only came out a couple days ago. So like I had to fucking sit there, listen to the song on repeat for like a good couple of hours, and I had to type in the Romanji that I was hearing for all of the words, like manually sitting there, just like okay, this, and this, and then when I was like listening to the song and like I didn't catch that, which was literally like the entire fucking song. If these weren't words that I already knew, I would sit there like, huh? Is what? Like I would sit there just confused as fuck. So then I had to look up the words, and I have to listen to the song, and then I have to sit there and play a guessing game because kanji is just that beautiful. You have to sit there and do a guessing game of like, okay, so which pronunciation are we using for this word? Are we using the pronunciation that actually fucking makes sense? Or are we going to use the pronunciation that we haven't used since like China was still in control of Japan? Like which reading are we going to use today, Japan? Cause there's 2 types of Vocaloid producers, okay? They're either the producers that do not use kanji for anything, like every single word, just hiragana. The people who don't know kanji, they're over here clapping their hands. They're cheering because they can finally fucking read an entire sentence. Everyone here who's been learning Japanese for a lot longer are crying because you see fucking a word and you're just like, I don't know what this means. There's supposed to be kanji that tells me which word you're trying to say. There's like 5 different words that are pronounced this way, and I don't know which one it is because you're not using fucking kanji. Sorry, I got a little emotional there. But then there are the Vocaloid producers who use only kanji. Like they use kanji for words people don't even use kanji for anymore. Like dare, which means who. People don't use the fucking kanji for dare anymore. But you know who do? Vocaloid producers. When I saw that shit for the first time, I was confused as heck. I was like, what the fuck is this character? The fuck is this? And then I look it up. Dare means who. I'm sitting here like, why the fuck are you showing me this kanji? Who the fuck uses this kanji? It is kind of used sometimes in Japan. But like in day-to-day fucking life, fuck no. Fuck no. People are not fucking using kanji for that shit. You know, the word kawaii, you know, for cute, yeah, that has kanji for it. You know how many times I've seen people use the word the kanji for kawaii? Fucking once. You know where it was? In a fucking Vocaloid song. Miss me with that shit, bro. Fucking miss me with that shit. And what's even worse, they'll use like kanji can be read in multiple ways, right? Some of the ways it's read comes from like the Chinese reading. Some of the ways come from the Japanese reading. Okay, it's called onyomi and kunyomi respectively. Tell me why the fuck they're going to use the one reading I can't fucking find on the internet. They're going to use the one reading that hasn't been used for the last like some thousands of years. Like, bitch, miss me with that shit. It's so fucking stressful. If you're not like a native with the linguistics background, Vocaloid songs are like the hardest fucking shit to translate, because you will get kanji for words that people don't use kanji for and readings for words people don't use anymore. It's so they will use words in a way that they're not, that people will use words in a way that they're not used for anymore. I remember when I translated Boku no Shokakiyamashita, that one Vocaloid song that's also in Project Sekai, that has Lin and Rin on it. Tell me why they use, so like in Chinese the character wo, it's like it means I. Tell me why they use that, but like in not English, in Japanese, that same character that means I in Chinese means like selfish in Japanese, right? It's not like a one-to-one translation. Tell me why the one time I see a Chinese character and I'm like, oh yes, so you actually don't mean the same thing. It means the same thing. Because it was actually used to mean I or me a long time ago. Like a long time ago. People don't use it like that anymore. They only use it to mean like selfish. But they don't use it to mean I. Not anymore. So when I saw that shit, I was like, oh no, it means selfish, but like, it low-key kind of doesn't make sense in this sentence though, if they're using it for selfish. Oh, it's because it doesn't mean selfish in this sentence. No. They're using the word that doesn't exist anymore. Granted, this was Rin who was saying this, and she was supposed to be playing the role of a king. So, you know, very fancy, old-timey ways of speaking, obviously to fit the character. But like, it was annoying. it was so annoying. I was crashing out. That it was fine. It wasn't that bad. I feel like it was a very entertaining and an educational stream. I think everyone learned a lot that day. I know I did. I got distracted, but yes. So we're going to be doing Amnesia Memories on Thursday, and hopefully also finishing it off that stream as well as reading the rest of my fanfics. That stream next week, 2 streams that I absolutely plan to do. The first stream will just be like a typical Identity V stream, nothing special. If I manage to finish Amnesia Memories, I will be kind of taking a break, you know, doing like a little intermission before we start the next character's route. And I will be doing that translation stream next week instead, on Thursday. And the song is not as long as Boku no Shikakiyamashita. It's actually only 2 minutes. It's like 2.5 minutes if I remember correctly. So hopefully I actually can finish this within a single stream, and if I'm lucky and I don't have to push back stream as much as I did today, I should also be able to finish that. Yeah, I should be able to finish that within a single stream instead of like 2. Because bro, Boku no Shikakiyamashita, that took 2 7-hour streams to finish. 2 7-hour streams. 14 hours total to translate that song. Anyway, chat, this is the schedule. Remember it. Because on Thursday, you will be seeing me doing Amnesia Memories. Anyway, that's it. I definitely dragged this on longer than I should talking. I have to go now. Bye.